Let's hop right into talking about the setting for this evening, the PCs you will be inhabiting, and how you would like to edit them and sort of like put your final touch on them before we start this evening. So, this adventure takes us many, many years back in time. Yes, instead of it being the 4400s, which is the age where our heroes are at, we are hopping back to 3,367, I believe. Let me check on that 67 thing. To the year 3,377. Sorry, it's 77. So we're heading almost 1,000 years into the past to visit the losing of the First War. So I'm actually really excited to talk a bit about this, because this is the sort of first glimpse we're going to get at like the past of Acramon and what that looks like. And we're going to learn about them like through you all tonight, and you're going to be able to like affect stuff, which is going to be really cool. We can invoke tarot to tell us the answers at any time we want. So let me know, and we can draw a card and interpret it how we see fit, especially when it comes to world building questions, which I'm about to ask you a bunch of. So get your bones ready. But to give everyone a bit of a background, including our players, so they wouldn't know what they're getting into and they feel confident making their mark, we are going to visit. I'm just going to tell you all the premise, and we're just going to go through that. So the premise is, this is it. Our last chance at survival. It took too long for our leaders to set aside their differences and assemble this team, but now civilization's remaining heroes have united. The Colossal is 2 days' travel from the last standing capital. One last hope remains: rumors of a page from the Stargaze Grimoire. A page that holds the secret to something that turned the tides of battle. Something that could give us a fighting chance. So, this is the story of when 5 heroes, each from one of the shattered kingdoms of Acramon, join to fight for freedom. Which is rad, and I love that for them, because they deserve to join the fight. So that's the premise. We're going to visit the final battle of 5 heroes of the Shattered Kingdoms, and that's very exciting for me. To talk about the heroes, we first must learn of the kingdoms. And to do that, I am actually going to pull us off of this castle map and over to a familiar table, the Copper Vale War Table. Let me just delete that little guilds layout. And we are actually going to take a look at the map that is on our heroes' table. So, let's take a look at all of these and talk about like the kingdoms and their backgrounds, and then we can talk about who's from what kingdom, and it's gonna be super rad. So I hope you're ready, besties. Any questions so far? I'm so sorry for the me talking a lot portion of this adventure.
No, I'm vibing.
Hell yeah!
I love the you talking a lot portion of
Yeah.
any adventure. So
Yay! I know. I also like did the art for this. I just wanted to, I did the art and the layout. I was like, can I do it all? And then I was like, yes.
Yeah, Cam did the layout and our little tokens, and so much.
I just like, you ever
All
reach
of
the life when you're like 26 and you're like, man, other people have to be good at things for me to do my job good. What if I was just good at all the things? Man, no, you have trust issues. So
That's the drama, bestie.
to talk about, oh, this is only gonna get worse. Okay, so to talk a bit about the 5 Shattered Kingdoms. So the reason that they're called the Shattered Kingdoms is because there used to be one empire that was led by one of Monarch's chosen. And that empire was split in one of the first sort of driving blows to Monarch's absolute power that they obtained as they sort of entered into godhood. Monarch being obviously the god of the more civilized things. So, when the kingdoms shattered, these are the 5 sort of pillars that remained. So the first of those pillars is, let's talk about, I'm trying to think of like what is the least to most sauce. So somewhere around here, purposefully not marked on this map because my players play in a full campaign, there is something called the Morelica Empire. And it was an underwater empire, and unfortunately for one of our PCs here today, the first of the Shattered Kingdoms to be lost in the War of the Wilds. So by the time we starting our one-shot today, that kingdom is already demolished. And we'll learn more about that then. But so this was the Morelica Empire, somewhere in the oceans, was the underwater empire and the first kingdom lost to the wilds. So anyone who remains must carry that legacy with them. The second most sauce is, we're gonna come up here to Vidrucel. This is, I probably should have written my description for this a bit more professionally, but this is the Edgelord Empire. It's very aptly named. So most people in Vidrucel worship Magistray, who's going to be like justice and being an edgelord, and Magistray, right? So you know, the Arcana, all that kind of. I should just pull up my list of gods so I can speak about this with some modicum of authority. So it's takes a lot of inspiration from the domains of dread, specifically the mists of Barovia. So this is going to be a bit more of like that energy, right? Like the true, like grim, dark, Victorian D&D experience is what you're going to find in Vidrucel. It's always foggy and loathsome to outsiders. However, they also host the most powerful necromancers and monster slayers. Long live the Goths. So that's Vidrucel. If I had to pick favorites, which I can't because I'm a DM, but if I got to pick favorites, that's the favorite I would pick. So the other 3 kingdoms, in order from least to most sauce, we're going to come up here to the Amity Barons. What they're known as now. They might have had a different name in the past. Who knows? So this was sort of named with a tongue-in-cheek attitude. The Arena Empire is a collection of druidic enclaves that basically did like the enclave version of unionizing to sort of defend themselves against the kingdoms. And they span this whole continent from the Urodine Forest all the way down to the Venbalt Bluffs, and leading into the Elemental Core as well. So that's this is the Druid continent. This is where a lot of interactions with the Feywild would happen before the wild split open. So this is where a lot of your like satyrs and your Eladrin are gonna live, right? Your Genasi prefer it here. So, however, since there were the most gateways to the wilds here, this is where the first attacks came. And it was pretty devastating. So the people in the Arena Empire were the first null. And so that's like their legacy. And anyone who is from the Arana Empire is currently aggressively seeking a cure to bring back people from when they are turned null, right? Like a de-zombification, power, if you will. So that's that country. That's country number 3 from least to most sauce. Second most sauce is the Imperial Tundra, which one of our characters is from this evening. So the Imperial Tundra is a frigid theocracy that is helmed by the Apothic Order. The Apothic Order is a strict ministry that has turned the story of the Apotheon sisters, which we've heard, right? The people in Kurthus have heard. And perhaps this is where they source their truths about the Apotheon sisters, but it's hard for you to know, right? If I asked one of you if the Bible had changed from its inception, you'd be like, bro, how would I know that? So a little bit of that energy. So they took the story of the Apotheon sisters and turned it into a religious text called the Apotheosis. And so that's very much the Bible that they live from. It's a religious text that guides their country. They also have cardinals, except for the cardinals here are called the Valiant. And so if you're the Valiant, you're like the Pope, right? Someone here is the Pope's daughter. I'm not going to point fingers. This country is going to be home to your best star diviners and your best like clerics. So this is where it's run, but there's also a very surprising amount of Genasi in this empire, as they were some of the founders, and they kind of upheld that energy. So this is actually where the first Hurricane Genasi was created, but that doesn't matter to any of us because none of us are current. So the most sauce place we are now heading to. I hope you've been enjoying. Any questions so far before we head to the place with the most sauce?
No.
Hell yeah. So then up in the most sauce category is going to be the Catalzi Kingdom, which is actually it was the largest and most advanced kingdom in Ackerman. They had right before the war, they had just had a really huge technology boom that included things like the invention of the airship and a really good look at how to mine good. And what just some of the things you deal with as a burgeoning society. This is also the Catalzi Kingdom is also home to the Colleges of the Divine, which were these supremely advanced magic academies. And we can talk a bit about what they turned into later once I've explained everything. So that monarchy is supported by this word might sound familiar. So the monarchy is supported by the Arcanon, which as of right now in time is a council of some of the best mage saints who bring counsel and advice to the monarchs of the Catalzi kingdom, right? So that's what they're called. That's that. Their legendary queen, who you have actually seen like murals of, right? Like being around at the Last Huntress. So she's known. She was known as like the first queen, even though she's not. She's many queens in. Her name is Her Majesty Serudal Volthrix V. It's a huge mouthful, but it is who you all, whether or not you feel fealty toward her, is who you're working for right now.
Can you say it one more time?
Yeah. Her Majesty, I'll also put it in Roll20 chat
Thank
for
you.
Her Majesty Serudal Volthrix V. So that's her. She is beloved. She is actually another beloved chosen of Monarch, the first chosen since the original. Right? They were like, you know what? No more chosen ones of Monarch. When the Empire became like a dictator and like didn't let go of their country for like 50 years, and they were like, you know what? No more chosen ones of Monarchs. We need a break. And she was like when the break ended. And so that was like hundreds of years. But she is an Aasimar and a for confirmed chosen one of Monarch. And so she is the last leader of the Shattered Kingdoms. Every other like authority, king, queen, like keeper, right? Like anyone who was in rule before the war started is dead. She is the last one. So that is the 5 Shattered Kingdoms of Akramon. Do we have any questions about the Shattered Kingdoms themselves?
Sorry, I'm taking notes.
No, please. Yes, I won't remember any of this. So that was a lie. I will. I promise.
Right.
So those are the 5 Shattered Kingdoms, and we can talk a bit about like some cool things to kind of inspire you to connect the dots yourself. So the Arcanon, obviously in modern day Kurthus, is the religious faction that guides Kurthus and the Osurov royal family. You can notice it's not the Volthrix family anymore. Something has happened. But Kurthus is, like, the city itself was built in the Catalzi Kingdom. This was an invention of the Catalzi Kingdom. Did the queen make it onto the first, like, iteration of Kurthus? I don't know. That's what we're about to play to find out, right? How Kurthus, like, ascends is up to us. What we do know, however, is that while the Apothic Order dissolved in between the fall of the first war and now, while the Apothic Order dissolved in name, it actually became what the Arcanon stood for, right? So at some point, those factions merged and became something new, right? Also along those same lines, right? You know, we don't know. We get to decide as a group whether or not, like, Kurthus's idea of the Apotheon sisters is what the Apothesis wants us to be, or if we think that, like, Kurthus has, like, a different definition of what, like, what, you know, what stories we do know, right? So there's a lot of things for us to sort of discover there. Players, if you have anything I've talked about so far, you can review in the first ever information document I sent in the first war channel, so you can go back and look at that if you need to. So that's the kingdom recap. Before we get into your PCs, any final, like, thoughts, ideas, anything you want to instill here before we move forward?
So did, like, all of our kingdoms, like, work together essentially, and then, like, they became shattered?
You are the only time that so since they were shattered, they never worked together again after the kingdom shattered, because they were like, you know what, better but different, like, you know, like, separate but different's gonna be what works for us, right? Like, we're gonna give everyone permission to do whatever the fuck it is you want to do over there, Vidrucel. I think it's obnoxious, but as long as you stay in your fuckingness, I'm not gonna do anything about it, right? You know, like the Empire, the Arana Empire, they spent all this time being like, maybe stop industrializing really, really fast and, like, killing all of your forests, because you have no idea what the fucking consequence for that is going to look like, because the gods walk on this plane. If you start fucking up their plane, they're going to have something to say about it. It's not just yours. Right. And they shouted that 1,000 times, and it went completely unlistened to. You know, whereas, like, the Imperial Tundra's mindset was like, yeah, like, we can continue, like, fucking shit up as long as we pray a lot and we make sure, like, I'm fucking shit up for them, it's good. Which is sort of like their mindset around it. And the Catalzi Empire was very much more of a, like, no, science is going to be how I outgrow them. Science and magic is how I'm going to meet them at their level, and they're never going to be ready. And so Catalzi was a fucking, like, ambitious kingdom, and it was that ambition that marked the fall. and we will decide tonight whether or not that's a that's a Her Majesty Cyrodiil Volthrisk's the Fifth's fault or not. That's for us to decide. So, any other questions about the Shattered Kingdoms?
No.
No? Okay, cool. So then we can talk a bit about everybody's PCs. Before we meet the PCs, I should... oh no! I never put... oh no, I did. Ega and Meidelgard are made. Thank you, players, for being so capable and powerful all the dang time. So... before we meet our PCs, we are going to meet the two heroes who are actually joining them, being played by me, because I love doing one shots where I'm like, pick your favorites, I'll do the extras. So our patented extras for the evening are going to be the Lady of the Catalzi Kingdom. Her name is Meidelgard Solar Spell. She's a little bit terrifying all the time. She is the commander of the Sun Shields, which were a legendary knighthood and like the Queen's knighthood, right? So she like lays... They weren't in charge of protecting her, but she took a lot of credit for the work that they did, if that makes sense to everyone. So she is the leader of the Sun Shields, this legendary knighthood who has like vanquished any monster that has threatened the Eight Kingdom to this date. She is Queen Cyrodiil's chosen knight. She also, in the beginning of the war, lost her wife and her two twin kids in a like devastating assassination attempt on the queen that was ultimately thwarted, but at what cost? So that's our terrifying angel. She's an Aasimar. I'm pulling up the image itself just to give everyone the sauce. She's an Aasimar. Her pro personality traits are dutiful, powerful, and focused. Her negative ones are detached, serious, and vengeful. And her single quote of quotes I told myself I had to find on Pinterest to then put on your character sheet, which is nothing I told, which is not what I didn't tell you all that. I told myself that I had to find it on Pinterest before I could put it on your sheet because I needed it to be just edgelordy enough. And so the Pinterest quote I found for her is, "This incompleteness is all I have." So please imagine Jughead saying each of these quotes as we unpack them. So that's Meidelgard. Any questions about Meidelgard's solar spell, commander of the Sun Shields?
Can I date them in real life?
In real life? I have no idea.
Okay.
You would have to tell me what your plans for, I guess, plane hopping is? And then we have to go from there, I think.
Sam has to watch all the Harry Potter TikToks about plane shifting.
Oh
That's
my
your
god. Yeah. Get on plane shifting TikTok.
Okay.
And then like circle back around with me. Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good.
Oh my god. I'm gonna spend 20 minutes just war flashbacking to
I'm so sorry that I brought this up, bestie, but that's what I thought of.
Anyways, this is her full art. I made that with my bones, and I hope you enjoy it. So that's Meidelgard. She's great. Her kids are dead, though, so she's real sad all the time. And that's a bit of a bummer for us. The other still alive party member, and who will definitely stay alive this whole night, I'm sure, is... everyone's favorite sweet bean. And
are you showing the art on your side? Because it's not on the player side. If you are,
when I Control Z, does it not pop up in full screen for you?
I don't see it on my side, but I can just grab
We're
it.
both gonna refresh our page. We'll both refresh our page.
Okay.
And then we're gonna pop off bestie. And by that I mean, hopefully the Roll20 mechanic will work this time.
Try again. I'm here now.
Okay. Theoretically, when I press Shift Z, it populates for everyone who's on the page. Oh, I realized what I did wrong. I didn't pull you back to the right page. I'm a fool. Don't mind me. Come back to the library page. Come back to the Royal Library.
There we go.
And witness as you tremble, dear sweet Meidelgard.
Look at Meidelgard.
And her pink sword and her gold wings.
Look at this baby.
So that's her. And then the other sweet bean, I almost said sir not appearing in the show. They are appearing in the show. I didn't just playing. So the other one is Egha, and she is the representative of the Arena Empire. She is also the Omen Soul, and we can talk about that, what that means at the end of her recap. And she is also the keeper of Ravengard, one of the druidic enclaves. So let's talk about her. So she saved her people from the Null when the last keeper of Ravengard fell. So she like single-handedly like led them to survival. And that is her only claim to fame. She's otherwise like really young and new to this, and like they made her the keeper after she did that, but she still doesn't know if she's ready for that. Because right after that happened, she was approached by someone named Quor Centuros, and was told, "Hi, I think you're the Omen Soul, which is someone foretold in prophecy who can collect the pages of the Stargaze Grimoire. I think if we activate your superpowers, we can win the war." And so she was told that, and she's been trying to do that. Whether or not she has been successful is up to us, but she is going to be your homing beacon as you try to find this page of the Stargaze Grimoire to lead you to safety and success. She is also falling in love with a party member, and I have that written down. So we'll figure that out as we go. Her pro characteristics is that she's grateful, attentive, and resilient. Her minuses are that she's young, distrusting, and critical, which aren't we all, bestie? So that's her. And then who of the like PCs do we want to talk about first?
I mean, I can go if no one else is gonna go.
Yeah, we can start with you then. So let's frickin' do it, gamer. So, we're gonna start with you, who is Tethri Sunarius. You are 102. You are the last surviving royal, like, family member of the Morelica Kingdom. All your family, the dead. Sorry, bestie.
It's okay.
So, I have here in my notes repented thought energy. Excited to see where you take that. Your life was saved by a party member, so we should figure out what that is before we start. And your kind of claim to fame was that you killed the Sea Lich King Neptlora. So that was like your like act as like a young, like as a young monarch. That was your claim to fame because nobody else could do it, and you did. So I'm excited to see like what you think that is, right? Did you like go on that mission and come back and the Morelica Empire was wasted and no one could even see your success, right? Was your success like celebrated for years and you like hung on to that like you peaked in high school and everyone was fucking tired of you by the time when like the wilds came, right? Like what did that look like? And how did it impact you like when the wilds came is an important question to ask. So your pro personality traits are witty, willful, and courageous. Your negative traits are impulsive, jealous, and unruly. And your Jughead quote is "Nobody wants the broken toy." So that's
I love her so much. I'm so excited.
Yeah, so that's her.
I love her.
So that's her. So my questions for you, as we build this are, So I'm going to start my way here and work back. Does
Mhm.
Tethrusunarius believe in the concept of a life debt? Right? Like if someone
Mhm.
saves your life, do you owe it to them to repay it before you start your journey once more?
Sorry about the sirens.
That's fine. You lived in an ocean kingdom. I'm sure there'd be lots of sirens around.
Yeah.
Get it?
Oh my god. I don't think she like would focus on something so like for so long. You know what I mean? Like I
Right.
think that she wouldn't even think about that. I think she'd be like, "Oh, cool, thanks," and like move on to the
Right.
next thing. Because
Also,
she's
high
so
roll
go,
20.
go, high roll 20. Because she's so go in a lot of ways. With her impulsiveness, I don't think she would even be thinking about like, oh, I like owe this to them now.
Okay. So then my next question is, do you think the person who saved your life doesn't want you to worry about it or is holding it over their head until they get what they want from you?
I think that would depend on who saved her life.
That's why I'm asking this question first, because the answer to this question is actually going to answer who in the party saved your life.
I think they like hold it over her.
Then Valpione Void would absolutely be the one who saved you.
Yeah, because I think it's like kind of like, you know how we have strings in Thirsty Sword Lesbians? I think it's kind of like the strings of like, if you don't sit down and like if you don't like relax, like I'm going to fuck your shit up. Please stop. You're going to die.
Right.
You know. So that's what I think about when I think about her.
Okay, so that means Valpione Void was absolutely the one to save your life. Valpione, we can get into the details of why you saved her life when we get to you, and what inspires you to keep her close as a tool, as well. My last question for you, which maybe I don't need you to have the answer for now, but maybe when after Sam answers their stuff, is, are you actively seeking a way out of this debt? And so
I'm gonna think about it. Yeah, you can go to Sam. I'll think about it for a little bit.
Okay, so we want to go to Sam next. Sam, dear bestie.
Hi. I have a baby, so if I'm a little quiet, it's because I'm leaning back for the baby.
Because you're
Sorry.
pro baby right now, and I love that for us. Honestly, you put that cat on screen, we rake in those Bezo bucks, baby. Is that how Twitch works, Jude? I can only assume it is.
I mean, sometimes it depends, but Bezo bucks tonight goes to the mods, so I mean,
Bezo buckies for the mods. Redeemable at any Chuck E. Cheese and also everywhere else because it's American currency.
If you have Twitch Prime, that's also redeemable and valid. I'm sorry.
So
anyway.
the Vidrucel, the Kingdom of the Edgelords, Valpione, you have been sent by Vidrucel to save everyone's lives. They were like, hey, they're assembling a crew. That crew has probably never done a bad thing in their life because that's what kingdoms think heroes are. We both know that we don't need a hero right now. We need someone who's going to get the job done. Will you go do that, please? So that was sort of the energy that the Vidrucel approached you with. On your character sheet, specifically, it says you were told, quote, your companions will try to be the heroes. You must ensure you are the victor. And I think that, like, culturally, that differentiation is super important in Vidrucel. It doesn't matter if you're a hero if you're also a fucking loser. You know, which is honestly, I think, like, who Valpione thinks most people are. Like, oh, you might think you're a user, like a hero, but like, I'm still gonna put you in that locker, nerd. You know. So, but the reason that Valpione Void can get away with this is because she's the best necromancer ever.
The best edgelord.
The best,
the top one,
the sharpest edge of the Lord, for sure. So, but also for her, it is there is an emotional importance in her necromancy being in defiance of the Apotheon sisters, right? Because the Apotheon sisters stand for the rebirth cycle, right? Life, death, rebirth. This is a direct fuck you. And what that looks like from a mortal is up to you. You are also here to absolutely fuck shit up, but I think we knew that about you, and we've both looked at your character sheet and trembled in fear. You also, we need to figure out, led the betrayal of a party member many years ago, and we can figure out what that is, because I've got a few options percolating around in my brain, but you're a writer, and you could, like, Uno reverse me into the clouds. So I have to be ready for that as well.
It's my favorite activity, is to just Uno reverse each other
into the clouds specifically.
Yeah.
Your pro character traits are relentless, pragmatic, and amused. And your negative ones are vindictive, romantic, in the negative category, as we spoke.
And always low-key in the negative category. It's fine.
Right, absolutely. Brine. And then malicious is the last negative one. And then your Jughead quote is, Death and I have been scandalously intimate for some time now. So that's everything that we have written down about your character. Now we get to build on top of it. So, I'm going to ask, because I should know better, right away, do you have any immediate building blocks you want to place down on the table?
I think the main thing that I've been thinking about is, I think that I think Valpini's presence makes people very uncomfortable.
Big agree, gamer.
Especially because the way that Valpini moves, I think, is almost reminiscent of, like, a bird. Just, like, very, like, almost, like, angular, not very fluid, and not very, like, human-like. And I think the best way to describe it is, like, I think that she has, at this point, animated so many of the dead and, like, interacted with those animations for so long that she has started to move like one of her own skeletal constructs. And I think it's very unsettling for people.
It was unsettling for me, so I can only assume that it would apply to others as well. Oh boy, I'm terrified. I love that. So then my follow-up question is a bit of some hot water, and for that I won't apologize. But my question is, are the fragmented parts of Valpini's soul still together?
No.
Is she aware she's giving them away?
Okay, so either direction for that question is interesting to me.
Then I'll play with it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I was gonna say, I almost feel like she just recently learned that and is now grappling with what that means.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I love that.
But you can also play as much as you desire.
No. That's all I need.
Love to be the mouse in the cat and mouse game. That's all.
The joke is that I've always been the mouse. Okay. So, then do you have any immediate ideas on the betrayal, or do you want to hear my thoughts?
Give me yours. Give me your sauce.
So I think it could go for either party member. So the interesting and not at all purposeful aspect about Tethri Sunarius' claim to fame is that it was a Lich King, and the Morelica Empire does not have a lot of advanced knowledge re necromancy. or the what I would call the sacrificial arts, the things that require for you to fuck around with your soul to get what you want. Which I think Valpine is an expert in, as we've just discussed. So there could be a way that like you were absolutely the linchpin in the Lich King Nectlora getting ahead and maybe doing something pretty devastating to Tethrusonarius's kingdom. Maybe like, you know, it fractured their infrastructure, and if the fractures hadn't been there, Morelica would have held whole when the wilds came, right? Like, we don't know. So that's my thoughts around
Tether's the one whose life I saved, right?
yes. Tethrusonarius.
What if that betrayal was what led to them nearly dying and me having to rescue them? What if it was a last minute moment of guilt?
Thinking that. But I want to entertain the other option, which is it being Core's shit you fucked up. Because Core's parent is the literal Pope. And I would love to hear, for reasons not at all pertaining for the main campaign, what you, Valpine, would have done to like fuck that up specifically. If you were pursuing a goal unrelated to the wilds opening up that we could maybe see in the main campaign kind of playing out, unaware to Valpine's fate, I would be interested. So I think both have really cool draws. It's the story that you would like to tell, fair mortal, that we shall tell today.
I wonder if she tried to just end the lineage of the church altogether.
As yes. And an additional interesting fact about that, and something that we're going to explore maybe later in this one shot, is that it is a recent magical advancement, if you will, as almost as if like a scientific advancement, was the discovery that if you use if you basically employ the art of the divine and the art of necromancy at the same time, you could actually tie souls to prophecies and stars and divination of the divine, and use the prophecies, the power, the inherent power that a prophecy brings a soul, to amplify in turn how powerful that soul is for you as it is one of your minions in your army.
Let's do that.
Okay. Right, so it's like they would have to
not at all related to the main campaign.
They would have to like fit a bill, if you will, right? Like, yeah. Oh, but I need people who are part of that lineage. Let's go. Right? Did you kill? Yeah. Like, did you? Right? Did you kill? Did you kill Core's mom? Did you kill her? Did you kill her sister? And her sister was actually next in line, and now Core is battling with this. This is actually going to be a question.
So if it's like descendants, then killing her mom wouldn't make any sense, but killing the sibling would. Right.
And so we'll hold on this, and let's introduce and meet our final sweet bean, if we will. So this is Core Centuros. Hello, Lyrica. You've been so quiet. I'm so excited to hear your dulcet tones.
Hello.
Again. Hi, sweet angel. I'm so excited because I've actually been keeping a secret from you about Core for right now, and we can talk about it in a moment, but let's talk about the basics first. So the basics for Core is that so she is obviously the representative of the Imperial Tundra, right? Which is like a really frigid mountainscape on that coast. It's like a frigid mountain coast. It's very nice, very Big Little Lies energy. But the thing about Core is she is the best star diviner, which is what Adriel does, in the Imperial, despite having just turned 22. She is a prodigy in every right. And as part of her being a prodigy, she was able to identify the prophecy that foretold this potential turning of the battle. So when she found it, and then two, like, she's making it happen, because you were able to awaken Aega's power by ritual. So like, you did that you have this. So with that, you were then approached by Meidelgard's solar spell and the queen, to be like, we hear you, we need to make this happen, what do you need, let's do it. And then honestly, like, you were probably the one who, like, Avengers-esque assembled this team. How deeply you relied on guidance from others to tell you what is good and bad is up to you, right? You could have been like, that sounds daunting, Meidelgard, do this please, and like Meidelgard would have handled it, but that was still like your call as the person who was in charge of putting it together. Not that you're the protagonist, but you got a lot of protagonist energy about you. Most star diviners do. You are also the daughter of the Valiant, who is the leader of the Apothic Order. I've left it up for you to tell me, and I'd love to hear an answer about whether or not Core's like 100% in, right? Like, I love my dad. I love my dad or mom. You can totally decide. I love my dad, love my church, absolutely doing it for them. They're 100% right. Just got to make sure I keep doing the right thing, right? It can be that, like, absolutely committed energy, or it could be like, the rupturing of the wilds has exposed the inadequacies of my home. And as this foundation crumbles around me, I must create my own to survive, right? Core could go either way. And that's totally up to you. Her pro characteristics are exuberant, devout, and giddy. And her negative ones are overzealous, naive, and forgiving. Her Jughead quote is, I can do this, and even if I can't, I have to. Very, very, she's also an Opalite Genasi, so I hope I did that art good. I hope people get that. Not easy to draw Opalite, as it turns out. Maybe should have done something easier, like rose quartz for my first go. We live and we learn. So that's the basics of Core. I'm trying to decide what question to ask you first. I guess my first question should be do you have any, like, prevalent thoughts about this betrayal in your family lineage, provided by Valpiony?
I kind of think that maybe if Core was gonna err on the side of being like a little more skeptical, that if that was the case, definitely the assassination pushed her all the way into, I'm all in, this is for my family, this is for the church, this is for
to deliver her into fanaticism is delicious. Okay. And I mean, like, the divine, like, that would make sense, right? To double down on it, because it's been working so far. It's the only thing that's been working so far. You are the only person who has managed to get anyone close to hope at this point. And so it would make sense to me that would be like, I'm a doubling down, versus like a Katniss, like, I'm falling apart, but these next two movies are still gonna be about me.
yeah.
Sorry, I just didn't mean to turn into like a Hunger Games roasting on me. So I like that. So we've fallen into fanaticism, which I think is a great time to bring up that Core Centuros is in possession of 16 of the 26 Arcanic deck cards. Every spell you cast tonight is by the power of her harnessing these cards.
Holy
and that's part of the reason she's so young and so beefed. But like, they were like, no, we believe in you. Take these, wield the deck, create your own fate.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And so you have 16 of them. So a reminder that in our notion is the cards, or all of the cards. You can make it up. You can, and I will say, yes, that is 100% canon. That's what that do. Or you can rely on the powers of like the gods deck cards, because you can use them as like justifications for your actions and amplifiers that way. So you can just say like, I'm playing cards and I will know you speak the truth. You can also say things like, I summon the power of meter on this card as I place it forward, and I will know that you also mean that. It's however you want to play your moments, but you have 16 of the 26 and you are juiced.
I love that. I love this.
Yeah.
So I could just play, it's not any particular 16, just that I have 16 and I can.
Yep, not any particular 16. Like we know that theoretically it is a particular 16, but we
Yeah.
can decide what they are here and now.
Okay.
We also like can define what they do as we go. To give you sort of a frame of reference, let's talk about the only card that we have discovered its actual true function for. So we know that Misha has a crown card in their possession. We don't know to which of the 4 houses it falls, right? Valara, Valkar, but we do know that it is one of the crown arcanic deck cards. And what Misha can do is they can summon that card into its physical form, which is the crown. So you can use them either way. So they've summoned it into its physical form, which is this crown that can actually break into 2 pieces. And whenever those 2 pieces are sat atop their heads, their souls switch.
Okay.
Right? And so that's so much more powerful than any magic, because that is fate itself. It's why Misha's not worried about magic seeing through the deceit, because there's no deceit. It's truly changing fate. And there is an actual lack of magic to that actually allows for some circumvention of classical magic radars. So that is sort of an example of like what kind of powers those cards hold. Make it up, don't make it up. Find your bliss. Chase
Sounds
it.
good.
I'll be there. That's my bliss as well. So yeah, so like the cards are like super important to both like her and the Imperial Tundra. Is this the story of how the Imperial Tundra like keeps these cards in their faction, which would really change the story? Is it the story of how your cards were actually lost to the Fae? Because that would really change the story, right? Like there's a lot of playing to find out we got to do there, and I'm deliciously excited to see where we land. With core, my final core-based questions. I want you to give me a bit of a hint, and we can draw. This is one of the things we can draw a tarot card for if you want. I want to get a feeling for your predecessor. And so you might actually have 2, right? So does it sound, so would you rather have had Valpione like killed your parent and there is no heir and you were just like waiting until you turn 25 to ascend to being the Valiant? So they could have like straight up just like killed your parent figure. Or Valpione could have killed like your older sibling who was destined to ascend, and like robbed you of that. So like my first question is like, do you vibe either of those ways? Or am I wrong and there's a secret third option you're about to unleash on me?
Well, that's what is that what Sam had chose to?
Oh yeah, I never got 100% confirmation. Well, I think we're trending towards Sam having fucked up your shit in some nebulous form. It is on you to define the nebulous form itself.
Teamwork.
And if Valpione had killed my sister, so my sister would have been the one to have.
Yeah, you could have had a sibling figure that was like 1 year away from ascending, was certain they were going to turn the war around, had actually won a battle or 2, like, a battle that like fucking mattered, right? Like you could have like, it could have been like the battle that had like maybe had ruined the Kurthus project, right? And they stopped that, right? And like that's how Kurthus lived. Something like that. And then it was this like prodigal hero that Valpine was like, actually, they're gonna be my skeleton friend. I'm so sorry. And like took that from you. In an instant of like self-serving power. Or they could have killed like your fucking dad, which is so sad, you know? It's what kind of sauce you want to vibe with.
I feel like
I love to give all of Lyrica's characters daddy issues.
It's
It's my favorite.
Deliver unto me
my
a daddy
favorite thing
issue.
to do.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because I'm kind of leaning towards the sister too, only because it's like that would make sense if the sister was kind of like this beacon of we are heading towards a way to win, or we're heading towards this solution, and now that's gone too, which makes my job harder and would
she also could
make
have been
sense
like the
that it would
person
push
who
me
like
into.
empowered you, you know?
Yeah.
Mm,
And now I've just spiraled because of that. Yeah, I kind of like that.
delicious. Okay, so it'll be a sister. So this is a question for both of you. How recently did this happen?
I feel like somewhat recent, if it's like a really driving force in shifting my personality.
I think it was within the last 6 months.
Yeah,
Last 6 months.
I agree with that.
Have you all seen each other since? And so first question, have you all seen each other since?
Maybe no.
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 No, okay. Second question, does Core know?
No. That's what
Thank
I would say. That's up to Lyrica.
Oh, thank you for that tasty gift. I will take that. Thank you. I also I went ahead and found a sister of yours.
Oh, she's hot.
Damn it!
I miss her already.
And then this is your dad, who's currently reigning the Valiant. So those I've put those two down. Oh, I should also find a queen. Ha, fuck. Okay, so we've got. Okay. And then so if that's how that fit, then Valpione, how did you save our Repented Thoughts life? How to save a Repented Thoughts life? You know that song?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
a
her theme
classic.
song. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's at the very top of her character playlist. What are you talking about?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of like options. So if you all are like unsure, you can call on me. You can also call on a card if you want to ask the tarot gods how we should feel about this. I'm also absolutely willing
Should
to
we
do
leave
that.
it up to the deck?
Yeah, let's leave it up to the deck.
What is that?
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can either pull from tarot or from the Arcanic deck,
I'm
and
from the
either will
Arcanic
work.
deck.
Oh shit!
It's the crown.
Ooh, the crown of what? That's very
Of-
important.
Alex.
Dalek.
The crown of Valix. Interesting. So, wow. Okay, so the thing about Valix is it's all magic and engineering and sort of the fervorous concept of advancement
Mm-hmm.
and evolution. So that's going to be what that card means. The crown sort of symbolism here is this is the pride and therefore the fall of it. Right? So crown is going to be crown is sort of a tarot meaning, if you will, is both edges of the sharpened blade. What is the blade you wield, but also how will it be the blade that kills you? So that's what this card means. Both like ambition and advancement and pride and undoing. And so that is what the card has told you. How would you two like to interpret this?
I just think about Tethry trying to like go and do missions on her own and not being like people like it being like a very like high stakes mission, and she's like, no, I got this. I just like killed this Sea Lich King. I'm fine. And goes on this mission and almost fucking dies.
So then my next question would be, what would this mission be in service of?
I think, let me think. Hold on.
What were you doing post the fall of your kingdom? This is the next most important question. And none shall know the answer but the two of you.
I honestly think that she's trying to find cards.
Oh, shit. Okay, so she's card hunting.
She's card hunting. Because if she is the only survivor of the Morelica Kingdom, it means that she has to be the most powerful.
Pause, because now I'm going to pull Sam back up here and ask the question, not what are you hunting, but asking Valpine the question, who are you hunting? Who is next on your list?
Also, thank you, chat, for those chaos tips. We appreciate it.
Ooh, thank you. Is this a long moment of questioning silence that I've stumbled into? Or is it a moment of absolute panic?
No, I'm...
Because there's a lot of things that could be like, not to sound like a serial killer, but like the habit, right? What is the habit that you're chasing? Because if it's heirs, there would be a very convincing reason that someone in this party is actually actively on your list, if not two people. And being in a situation where you have to succeed, but also would very much like to kill them at some point in this journey is interesting to me, I won't lie.
I'm also thinking about how and why she might want to possess the deck herself.
Yes, I'm listening.
Because that would make sense for why she's keeping... What is Jude's character's name?
Tethry.
Thank you. My brain just completely dropped it. Why should
it was sort of like a, well, I'll just kill her later. I'll just keep her close.
Yeah, let me use her skills to find these cards. I will take them.
Okay.
Marry them with the cards that Core has, and then off them both.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
So then the final question that must be answered before we start, because the other ones I can answer on the fly. The actual question I have: why did Core ask for you, specifically and by name?
Is that a question for me?
Or did she not? That's a question for the two of you. What? Because you have to supply the reputation, and Lyrica has to supply the need, right? So it's a little bit of both.
I think Tethry's annoying, but she's also very powerful. I think that, like...
Oh, no, this is a question for Core. Why did Core
this is a question for Core. Okay, I thought it was for us.
So, like, because Core recruited... either has no idea who Valpine is, right? Which is a fair choice. Like, who is this person? Why did Beatricel send you? I was hoping they wouldn't send anyone, to be frank. There could be a bit of that energy. There could be a bit of like, no, I asked for you and it's because I have a suspicion about the things that you've done. Or it could be because your reputation is terrifying and that means I need you, right? Like that, there's a lot of things that could be that pull. Or none pull also option.
I will say for flavor, something to consider is that Velpine can use her carpal bones to create constructs that she can then build upon with other undead.
So scary.
That are like very, very powerful. So like she wants to kill you. You don't know that, but like she would be a powerful ally just
That's
in terms
so
of like on the
fucking
battlefield.
hot.
So
I will say that like your mic deciding to be cursed
100%
in and out is very Valpine, and that's fine.
yeah, we did it on
Oh
purpose.
no. I was gonna say it might be Tom and hitting it with her tail, taking advantage of my extremely fucked up stuff tonight. And number 2, I fully stole the carpal bone thing from Harrow the Ninth, from Tamsin Muir's Harrow the Ninth.
Oh, hell
So
yeah.
if you want to read about necromancers doing fucking cool shit, read that series. Anyway, carry on.
That sounds so fucking rad. And I love that energy. So then I guess it comes back to Lyrica, and the decision of like, did you know who Valpine was? Did you ask for her? And if you did, what was the motivation?
Had no idea who Valpine was, but need Valpine, but have no idea that Valpine has murdered my sister. So there's going to be this nice little thing of I need you, but potentially finding out that you killed my sister.
Right. Why would we find that out today, though? That would make no sense. We have other things to do.
No.
Perfect. Okay, so now I know all these essential truths. Are there any other? Ooh, I actually have one. And I would like you all to pull out your DMs for me. By that I mean I have players chat. You could also do this, I guess, if you'd like, over Twitch. But please pull out your DMs to me, and yes or no is all I need from you. The question is, was Her Majesty Saradal Volthrix V a good person? That is the only question I need answer to. Done in secrets. May secrets keep us safe.
See how cute the cat is being right now.
I wish I could see. Also, unplug your microphone and plug it back in. This happened to my wavelength before.
No, God. Okay.
You might stop hearing us for a moment. Be prepared. Oh, interesting. Not a consensus, I will say. Not 3 in a row. You are back. Welcome back, babe.
Okay.
Oh, yummy. All right, well, now that we know these essential truths, and we know the mission, right, to use Aka to retrieve the missing page of the Stargaze Grimoire, so that with Valpine's and Kor's advanced knowledge of both the divine and summoning, right, because summoning forth something from the Stargaze Grimoire is like an incredible act of power. You should be able to summon this thing from this page and turn this war around. The first thing I need us to do as a group, and by that I mean by me pulling up 3 options and having us decide. All right, so I'm going to give us 3 possible city names. And then we're going to pick what the city was, the actual name of basically Kurthus before it was Kurthus. So I've pulled up 3 options for us. The first of which is Vladena, Vladena. Vladena could have been the capital. I did say them. Nailed it. The next one could have been Ardmouth, Ardmouth, Ardmouth. And the third option is Tavale, Tavale, Tavale. So the 3 options of the capital city of the Katalzi Kingdom we have Fladena, Ardmouth, and Tavale. What are we thinking?
Ardmouth.
Ardmouth it is. First person who speaks up gets to speak it into existence. All right, so Ardmouth is, it also has like the mouth of a snake, which I love that for us. So we are in Ardmouth in the Volthrix Castle, which is a terrifying place. And it's even more terrifying during a blood moon, which is what today is. The sky painted with crimson. You know that tonight is the night where you decide your fate tomorrow. All of you have been summoned to basically the war ring, like the war wing of the Ardmouth Castle. This is become like a hulking mini castle attached to a castle itself, as literally every vaguely important person has fled to here, right? So not only do you have the Catalzi's kingdom's best generals, but you have the best generals of the Imperial Tundra here, and their frigid excellence in the art of war and survival. You have the remaining living keepers from the druidic enclaves of the Arena Empire. When I mean like every important person is here, it's kind of like, yeah, let's get founding fathers, but also all of Mickey and his friends. It's like every important, like they're all important people, and boy howdy is it wild that they're all shoved in this one wing of a castle together. So you all have been summoned to the Grand Hall of the War Wing. And the ask was it to be at twilight, because that was a very devout thing to do. Whether or not that was Core's suggestion is up to you. But the suggestion was the planning strike at midnight, so that the blessing of the Apotheon sisters may follow you into the cycle of, right, sunset, night, sunrise, right, being its own death and rebirth cycle in itself. And so that's why it's good luck that you've saved it for now, and that's why you've saved it for now. But now it is now. So I guess what I want to hear is what everyone did for dinner before arriving into this hall. And was it with anyone here? And if not, who was your genuinely, less a metaphor, more a reality, who was your last dinner with?
I think that Core probably had dinner with their parents, their mom and dad, and probably immediately went in and secluded themselves and was either in a book or praying up until the moment of the meet, up until it was time to leave.
Yeah, and I think the queen like believes in you and your father so fully that like the temple in the castle, which is the most gorgeous temple outside of the Imperial Tundra that you've ever laid eyes on, perhaps even more so because people in Catalzi Kingdom will actually entertain things like excess, whereas the Imperial Tundra maybe does that less. You know, so they were like a temple, but like make it drama, and like they did that. And so whether or not Core is in awe of the display or like condemns its obscene luxury is up to you. But the wing has been cleared out by the queen, and this devout space until you leave for your journey is for you and whoever you choose, right? Whether that be your father, who is just assumed he's invited all the time, or any of your adventuring party members. This is yours. So you can kind of spend that praying. And then the question I ask everyone is, do you show up early, on time, fashionably late, or unfashionably late?
Fashionably late. Death3 got distracted by looking at all the hot guards on her way in.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I'm glad to hear it. What about Core?
I think Core was probably early.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna be one of the first to arrive, which makes sense to me. You have arrive first energy. And so you also know that like the planning takes place tonight. Did you bring anything like that's your term of like anything that you know will help you get prepared? You know, did you bring a clipboard to take notes on? Did you bring your arcanic deck cards because you knew you would seek guidance from them? You know, did you bring a bottle of wine because, you know, like even if it's a planning ceremony, it's also your last night and you do deserve to have a little drink. You know, what is your idea of preparedness?
I think Core's going to have a little notebook that maybe she keeps on her at all times, to just write down anything noteworthy that should come up, even though I think that she's already spent quite a bit of time writing down possibly every scenario and maybe some nervousness that could possibly arise.
Yeah, if you have done that, if you have sat here and written out every possibility and every potential outcome, tell me, are you doing that and relying on like your instinct and wit, or is this like the resolution of like your studies with like the gods and like you know their past, therefore you know their future, therefore these are the possibilities? Like, what did you rely on more to make this list?
I think more on the latter. Yeah, more on like being kind of very steadfast, and this is what needs to happen. This is what's.
And so did you, was it your gut or was it like the gods that you fell on?
I think the gods. I think that I would.
Okay, then go ahead and give me a religion roll with advantage.
Okay.
Because you are holding a majority of the arcanic deck.
What am I doing wrong? Why don't I see advantage? I should see advantage on my character sheet, right?
Oh, I can have it to toggle advantages. Oh no, it's set to always roll advantage, so you could just go ahead and click it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, just click religion and we'll know. We'll know the secrets to life and death. You have a +6, and it has earned you a 20. That's going to give you advantage on some checks coming up. Okay. And so I'm going to take that and I'm going to store it in my pocket. It also means you're going to get advantage on all insight checks on people who are talking during the planning meeting, and that is including your PCs. So if you go to glean insight on them, you will get an advantage because you are wildly prepared with the gods at your side. Test me, right? You know, you like overstudied for the SATs. You're like, I know every question that you could possibly ask, and the answer is Jesus. So that's that energy. So okay, so now we know how you're rolling up. So then if you are unfashionably late, Tathris, that would leave me.
No, I said fashionably late. She's not unfashionably late.
You're fashionably late. My question for Val is, are you on time or unfashionably late? I only talked to her. I only spoke to her.
I'm sorry, that was Saturn. I'm sorry. He's gone now. He will not commit any more crimes this evening. Oh, he's back.
She's on time.
Get down.
Okay. So you're on time. And what did you do for your last supper?
She went into the woods to commune with an old friend who sometimes watches her and whispers to her at night. and she hunted and killed something and then ate it. Probably raw.
I heard like punted, as in she was like, I don't know, I wang it, I ordered some Chinese food.
No.
No, you hunted, you got a kill,
Hunted.
you ate it raw underneath the blood moon. I love that. That's very on brand.
You told me I was the best edgelord, and so here we are.
You are correct. Can I go ahead and get an Arcana check from you with advantage because it's a blood moon and you know your timing?
Let's pray that my computer can handle this.
Okay, so a 15. At any point in this session, you may impose a disadvantage on a skill check that you have called into action.
May impose a disadvantage on a skill check I have called into action.
Right. So if they're doing like a wisdom saving throw to save themselves from you, you can tell me to roll it at a disadvantage.
Okay. And I can do that at any time, or can I only do that one time?
You may do it at any time. You can do it. Roll me 1d4.
Hold on. Ooh,
and that'll be how many times you can do that. So it'll either be 1 or 4. Hopefully not a 7, or else you would have rolled wrong.
How do I roll? Just roll on naked.
/r space 1d4.
Thank you. A 4.
All right. I guess you can do it 4 times. Just honestly,
thank you, Betsy.
Not what I wanted. But I thought to myself, what's the worst that could happen? 4? And then I got it. So that's on me. That's fully on me. Well,
perfect.
And I should ask you this, and then Cor, I'll come back and ask you this at the end. What's the fashion statement as you're riding into battle? By battle I mean into this war room to get what you want.
Oh,
the look. How many corsets are involved?
So Valpine is wearing skin tight black leather pants that are laced down the sides, and then she has over the knee boots that are flat, like they're flat, no heel, that come up, and those are also made of leather. But they are, Tommen, I swear to God, they are black, but they are also just kind of always covered in blood.
Okay.
It's just kind of the vibe. And then she's wearing
dried or wet?
Like a
blood. The blood. Is
probably
it like
both.
Consistently a wet blood or a dry? Okay.
Probably
Thank
like
you.
a mix.
We continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she's got a corset on that underneath. She has like one of those, like, what the hell are those called? Like those like poet shirts with like she's a little bit titties out, essentially, is what I'm trying to get at here.
Okay.
A little titties out. And then she also has like a harness that she wears, and then over all of that she has like a long like duster coat, and then her horns are adorned with a bunch of different sigils and also various types of jewelry.
Did someone carve those runes into your horns for you, or did you do it yourself?
Mixture of both.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good to know. And what have you brought in the name of preparedness?
She has a bag of bones on her belt.
Oh my God. Is it a transparent bag? Can people tell that this is what this is?
I think it's a small leather bag. So I think she has I think she has one bag that's got like older bones, like her old reliable bones that she carries with her most of the time. Bones, yeah. That one, I think people can tell what it is. I think it's made of like some kind of mesh or netting. And then she has a smaller leather bag that is actively dripping blood onto her boots, which is why there's fresh blood on them, that has bones from the kill that she just had for dinner.
Got there. Okay. We justified the fresh blood. I'm glad we could get there, bestie. Okay.
You knew I was gonna circle back.
I knew we would get there. I believed in you this whole time.
Yeah.
Okay, and then so
And she
fashionably
has her mace.
terrifying. Is it a flame or is it dead on time of entry?
I think she has it out for now.
Okay, a doused flame. Okay, cool.
Can you
And so-
actually send me the description of that so that I can look at it?
It's actually on your sheet, but I will also screenshot it and DM
I
it to
don't
you.
know how to open it on my sheet.
That's fine.
Okay.
Tethri. Fashionably late, we know this to be true. But what we need to know is the look and the Last Supper.
Yes. Okay. So the look, she's wearing these kind of like, I guess they're kind of like, they're not slacks. They're like made out of like slack material, but like they're like to her skin. She has like these knee-high boots on. She has kind of like a button-up shirt with like a corset on top of it, and on top of all of that, she has like her, it's like a, I guess it's like a cloak, but like she can like put her arms through. It's like a cloak, but like she can put her arms through. And like if you're looking at her, she has like her trident is like strapped to her back.
Okay.
Is she wearing one of those like 40s style cape coats?
Oh yeah. Oh. Uh-huh.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
sorry.
she's wearing that, and then her trident, because it's like magically endued, has like this very faint blue and silver and green like glow to it. And it kind of looks like, you know those things that we had when we were kids that are like the little tiny like glow glitter sticks that you like shake them you can like see the little particles of glitter. That's what her trident looks like.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
It
so
looks okay.
yeah, so that's what so like her trident kind of like is like hollow, and then you can like look on the inside and that's what it looks like. It's fucking sick.
Why did my feral brain go, and there's sea monkeys in there? So many sea monkeys.
No.
And I was like, what kind of contribution is that? And I reeled it back in. But no, me saying, and there's sea monkeys there didn't feel like helpful or good in that moment.
Oh my god. But that's what her trident looks like, and it looks very magical and very powerful, and she loves it, and it's cool. Last Supper, I think that Tethri and Ega went to dinner together. I think that Tethri was like, come on, like, come on, we're gonna go get food at like a local tavern or whatever, because you need to get out of whatever this is for a little bit. Let's go have dinner, not here.
Yeah, and I think you two are eating this dinner at this cute little like candlelit little like hole in the wall that you and only you could have known about. I think it's where you used to take dates before you repented. And
who did I repent to? Who did I wait, what god? Wait, I would like to decide this for myself. Which Apotheon sister did I repent to?
I'll let you think on this.
I'll think about it.
But I think like I think you're with her, and I think like the closest she gives you to telling you what's worrying her is there's a moment where she kind of like she kind of like wrings her hands and holds them close to her form, and she says, I just I am not sure I'm ready to be in a room with so many heroes.
And Tethri looks at her for a second and is kind of like, not like taken aback is the wrong word, but like she like looks there and kind of cocks her head to the side, and she goes, but you're a hero, you deserve to be in that room with everyone else.
She kind of frowns a little bit. She's, yeah, I've been doing some thinking on that, and I think the realization that I've came to in my final days, there is a difference between a hero and a chosen one, isn't there?
If you were just the chosen one, you wouldn't have saved your people from the null. Aga.
Have I saved my people from the null? I think that's where we cut.
Yeah.
And that's sort of like what that dinner felt like. And she's coming back with you. She's dressed in like her keeper ceremonial robes, which are the nicest thing she has. And all of the clothes in the Catalzi Kingdom make her super uncomfortable. So that's what she's wearing. She is this half orc with these really unique, almost deer antlers, which is something more seen in tiefling than in orcs. But the way you can tell she do have those signature cute little fangs. And her version of preparedness is just like clutching her old keeper's staff to her chest. And then the last person final question. What is your version of preparedness? What have you done in the name of preparation?
I think that Tethri, like, took some time before she got here to kind of, like, read up and, like, pray to all of her, like, gods and stuff for her power and, like, her divine connection to them. Mm-hmm. Because, like, she knows, at least for herself going into this, that, like, she's going to try her best to be the link between, like, their plane and the divine, and mm-hmm. lend herself, lend herself to that cause as much as possible. I think she also, like, took some time in the woods to just, like, kind of, like, spar with herself with her trident.
Emotionally or physically?
I mean,
emotionally.
Yeah, you know, I think physically, but, like, what's physical can be emotional as well.
That's science, baby.
Yeah, so I think that, like, that's what she's spent the last few days doing, is, like, praying to the gods as much as she possibly can, about her, like, specific, like, powers and divine nature, and then sparring in the woods by herself.
Oh my god. One of those seems adjusted, well adjusted, and I'm not gonna say which. Okay, so the last person that we have to talk about here is actually the second person to arrive. So Core, you get there first. You are in this room alone. There is, I think the thing that kind of like strikes you as odd, is there's like a small table up sort of in this like elevated podium area, but it has like it looks like a professor's desk, right? It doesn't look like what you're used to as of late, and like with your father and your country, you're like, where's the war table? Like, where's the table with the markers and the pawns and, you know, the thing we all gather around and, you know, place our ambitions at? And the first thing that sort of happens to you is this sort of curiosity being sated as Meidelgard Solar Spell comes into the room and says, Kor, you've beat me here. And then she waves her hand, and this celestial divine table sweeps into existence. 9 legs on this table. You immediately read, oh, well, that's one for each of the gods, right? Like, you know, this with these curved, like, engraved edges of these different stories that have been told and are yet to be said. And the war table is folded out, and not only is there this sort of tapestry moving, in essence, this moving tapestry cloth on this table that you can tell is this like updating bird's eye view of Akramon itself, but also these celestial layers on top where you can see almost these like angelic floating beings representing the different factions, where they're placed, what they're seeking. And she just conjures this thoughtfully, but she's doing nothing but beaming at you. I think she's a great deal of respect for you. And so she ushers this into existence and stares across at it, beaming up at you. She says, "Tonight is the night. Is this your first taste of war?"
I think I'm gonna be noticeably kind of trying to be confident, but wringing my hands a little bit as I'm holding them. And yes, it is.
Congratulations, and also my apologies. I will say your sister, a great tactician and a frequent pain.
One of her more endearing qualities.
I would agree. And she gives you sort of like a sorrowful smile because you both have truly lost a lot to what you both think is the Wilds breach. Whether or not that is the reality of both of your important ones and loved ones' causes of death is, of course, yet to be seen. And so she is the next one to come in. The celestial table is conjured, and you two are in the middle of this conversation when the on time person shows up. So on time person showing up, tell me in media res like how you enter into this space.
I think she's very dramatic about it. I think, are there doors that she can like bust open?
Yeah, two, so it like swing open.
Yeah, so she does like one of these, and I think as she walks into the room, she mutters the infernal command that lights up the flame on top of her mace.
Oh shit, are you holding it, or is it like at your side, or is it like peeking up off your back? Where is it?
She's holding it, and I think she kind of wields it almost like she would like a staff. Like she acts as if she's like putting, even though it's not long enough to hit the ground, I don't think she like acts as if that's what she's doing with it. Like that's the motion.
But you want to know what I think? I think when you go to like crack it against the ground, it would still hit. That energy would still, you would still feel it. It could still shake the room.
100%. And you can hear her boots, even though they're flat bottomed, you can hear that they're like very heavy and like very firm, and they have that really like satisfying like solid kind of thump as she walks. And she keeps her eyes straight ahead, she doesn't look at anybody. And then even when she like joins the others, she just kind of has this like very blasé sort of look on her face.
Okay. And Core, do you say anything to this relative newcomer to you?
I think Core's kind of just staring in like a what an entrance kind of way. And then would kind of snap out of it and just warmly greet them, just hello, welcome.
She just grunts.
And there's like a small pause after you grunt, and then Minogard says, "So what did we get of the Vidrucel? A vampire?"
Wouldn't you like to know?
And she just kind of looks to you, Core, and gives a sort of half shrug, like, well, that's the Vidrucel for you.
Well, thank you for your time, and I'm sure the others will be along shortly.
She grunts again.
And there's this like silence. This long, withstanding silence.
She seems very comfortable in that silence. She doesn't feel weird at all.
How's Core doing in that silence?
Core has taken out her notebook.
Yeah, you're like, I'm definitely texting right now. I'm not pretending to text. This is relatable energy.
I'm like, Mom, who the hell?
Mom, come pick me up.
I don't want to do this anymore, Grandpa.
Vamps are bad, Mom. Come pick me up. Okay. And so what does the very fashionably late Tatri Scenarius with a meek Eka store look like?
I think that like Tethri is not even like paying attention to the energy in the room when she enters.
Oh, but okay.
I think that like it's very much like life of the party energy, even when there's not a party to be had. So the energies clashing are like if someone wanted to like go to like a party, but it was at like an old folks home. Like,
okay,
that's the energy. So like, she like walks in, kind of like, but like, I've met these people before, right? Yes.
Yes, and mostly by accident. You shouldn't know everyone in this room, and yet you are the only one who does.
I'm asking specifically for Madelgard purposes.
Yes, you would know Madelgard. Madelgard is that's almost like being like, do you know Wonder Woman?
Have I met Madelgard like personally?
But yes, Madelgard also knows you. I think that like Madelgard went around last night and tried to introduce herself, and Valpione made sure to make herself absolutely unlocatable. prior. So I think you got like a very like formal like, I've brought you, we all got t-shirts, welcome to the team. You know, that very sort of inspiring energy that she kind of carries around with her wherever she goes.
I see. Okay, so I think Tethri is gonna like so I'm gonna resend what I was gonna do. What I originally was gonna do was like clap Madelgard on the shoulder and like sit next to her, but I don't think that's what she's gonna do anymore because she is a noble and knows better.
Yeah. Oh, well, the first party member to ever know better. Chat, remember this: the first and last time a PC ever knew better and then decided to do better. We just saw it. This is the last time.
It won't happen again. She's very impulsive. It will not happen again.
No, for anyone. That was it. That's the only one we got.
Anyway, I think that she like says hello to everyone and like pulls out a chair for Aga and then sits next to her. And just kind of like looks around and goes, "Are we expecting anyone else?"
No. One hero from each shattered kingdom. With us, this makes 5. Well, we should all gather, and I suppose a simple introduction would suit all of us, no? If we are to fight together, we must know one another. This is the truth of the field of battle. I shall go first.
No, go.
Did you say something? Okay. So she says, I will go first. I am Madelgard Spellsword, commander of the Sun Shields, and champion of Her Majesty, Ceridol Volthrix V. I am honored to be here and to lead you through the coming days, and hopefully turn this war around for all of our people. We owe a lot to the person who brought us here and united us as kingdoms and as people. Cor, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Cor. Kind of new at this, but
Do you say the words "kind of new at this"? But
yes, I think Cor is very awkward when put on the spot.
Yeah, just like you see like a flash of deep fucking concern flash over Eka's and Madelgard's faces. Different kinds of deep concern, but deep concern all the same.
As you know, we have all gathered here to hopefully change the outcome of the war. And I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you who has dedicated your time to be with us here today.
Thank you for those kind words, Cor. Champion of Vidrucel, do you care to introduce yourself?
This is a lot of inspirational speech. What is the purpose?
If you are...
I'm so sorry about the sirens right now.
No, it's the war. It's the war sirens. There's a war going on outside. Now, if you are looking for the purpose of inspiration, Druselin, it is often on the battlefield when I am close to death that it is only the inspiration of the people that I fight alongside that inspires me to rise once more.
Well, that is very lofty, but that is not why I fight. Anyway, my name is Valpaini. You can call me Val, I suppose. And I am here to help you win. Do not expect me to befriend you.
I don't need any more friends, but I do need a victory. This shall suffice. Shall suffice. Those are words. And at that point, Meidelgard's eyes fall to you, Tethri.
I'm Tethri Sunarius, the last surviving royal of How is my kingdom pronounced? I forgot.
The Morelica Empire.
Thank you. Of the Morelica Empire. I'm here to help fight. Anything else you'd like to know, Meidelgard?
That works for me. Finally, perhaps the most important person at this table. Please introduce yourself, the Omen Soul. And you see Egha's determined, perhaps unlike others in the room, to not let her fear be perceived in any sort of way around these people. So she sort of puffs up her chest and she says, I am Egha Ngoki. I have to say her name right. She goes, I am Egha Ngoki Throgal. I am Keeper of Ravengard and the Omen Soul who will lead us to the final page of the Stargaze Grimoire and the salvation of both my people and yours. You see Meidelgard kind of like perk up at that. And that's my kind of powerful introduction. You can tell that there is a flash of approval to her form. And she sort of nods and looks around and says, we have regretted to speak of something very important as we introduce ourselves, and that is our strengths on the field of battle. I, for one, am obvious. I'm a knight. I succeed at defending both not just myself, but indeed the others I fight with. As long as I stand, it is my promise that you shall as well. Where do you succeed in battle, Champion Valpaini?
The question is, where do I succeed in battle? I'm so sorry, I was dealing with my cat.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, where do I succeed in battle? What do you want from me?
Do you do anything on the field of battle besides die and live for yourself?
Yes.
What would those things be? What
Have
can
you
I
not heard
count
of
on
my
you?
skills?
I've heard several of your names. I would not speak them in this castle.
If you do not deign to speak of what I do, perhaps you do not need me.
This castle was built in reverence of the Apotheon sisters. I will not have disgrace toward them in my hall.
Disappointing. I suppose I will take my things and leave then. And I think she like kind of like taps her mace, and there's a little shake on the ground underneath her, and then she like turns to leave.
This is not a surprise to me, of course. Vidrusel wouldn't know what a hero is.
Sam, you're muted in Google Meets,
You
baby.
out from a crowd.
It keeps remuting me, and I don't know why. She says, "I am not here to be a hero. I'm here to win. We're not the same thing."
Oh
So
no.
scary. So scary. It looks like Meidelgard's sort of distaste for Vidrusel is going to let Valpione walk away if someone does not intervene.
Valpione, please. Your presence is very much needed. I would very much.
I know that. Do they know that?
I think it's pertinent for everybody to understand the sheer importance of every single person that is gathered here today. And that we could potentially put differences aside for the sake of winning this war. Please.
I will do it if they will do it.
I will fight for my people. I will not fight for the ego of some necromancer from Drusel. As long as that is perfectly clear,
ego.
I will fight on the field.
It's not ego, darling. You will learn that soon enough.
I only ask that we each fight so that we, as a whole, may continue on.
However, it kind of gives you a regret, a conciliatory nod. Like an okay.
Valpione steps back into her spot at the table.
We have many things to discuss tonight. But before we start, please, Tethras, Egha, Kor, tell us where you prevail on the field.
The divine and the apotheon speak through me and give me strength. Strength that I can channel on the battlefield, whether it is healing you or dealing extra damage. My place in the battlefield is at the front. So if you are not able to protect yourself or need to stand behind me, that is completely okay with me. I'm here to make sure that we all walk away from this alive.
And there's sort of just a long, nod of agreement. And I think Egha then steps forward and says, I, much like Kor would, let the stars guide me on the field, and the gods speak through them. From me, that will be enough. And then eyes fall on you, Kor.
And much the same, on and off the battlefield, the gods guide me. I am here to speak and lead on their behalf and offer the support through magic, both in attack and healing.
Right then. Now that we know each other's strengths, we will be able to speak towards strategy better. We have several things to decide tonight and not long to make it so. Before I begin, you all should know who we face. If Egha's intuitions are correct, the final page is in the Imperial Kingdom. In a dwarven mine that has been laid to waste by two of the Archfey who have crossed over And to say Arcfey in a room like this is to invoke the same spirit as saying like a dragon that's also Voldemort. There's a loftiness to that. Arcfey. That means something. They are both powerful in their own right, but together serve to be nothing but devastating for anyone but the 5 of us. Our 2 foes. And she kind of flicks her hands like this, and it's almost like summoning cards as they sort of pop into existence. She says, the 2 that we face, Her Justice, Corsica Nightshade. This card flips out, and it is this visage of this half woman, half devastating spider. These giant fangs and legs stretching outside of this depiction. Murderous eyes and limbs. She says, she is an Arcfey of the Bane domain, which is a specialty of poisons, toxins, those sorts of things. She is also, however, a devourer in the Iron Eater Enclave. And I need everyone to roll either a nature or a history check for me at this time to see if you recognize what that is. See if you can play Teacher's Pet in front of Meidelgard. Teacher's Pet Simulator. Let's see. What are these rolls? I'm clicking on over. We've got an 11, an 11, and a 16! Core, your studying paid off. Core, you can explain this to the group then. So, Corsica is a member of the Iron Eater Enclave. And what this is this is a group, and this group is the 7 most powerful members of the Ilia dynasty, which is one of the 5 dynasties of the Fae, and the most powerful dynasty of the Fae. This is the Iron Eater Enclave of the Ilia dynasty, and they are also beloved and champions, like religious champions, of Onpara. Right? It's like being like, oh, well, we're gonna go fight Jesus. It's fine. His stats are so bad. It's a little bit that. They have unfounded power, and anytime the Imperial Tundra has like lost their footing in this war and like had to retreat, or a plan went wrong and they lost their troops, or something terrible happened, 8 out of 10 times it was because one of the Iron Eater Enclave showed up and just turned the tides effortlessly. So
and not even the most powerful one.
No, yeah. There's 7, and they're the most powerful. You don't, would you get a 16? You would know that Corsica is not the most powerful of the Iron Eater Enclave. In fact, she is one of the most recent additions to it. But that does not mean that she is to be underestimated in the slightest. And so this is what you know. What you decide to relay to the party is up to you.
Oops. Hold on. Okay. So, sorry. I didn't. Her name one more time.
Corsica?
Corsica Nightshade.
Corsica.
She is the Archfey of the Bane Domain and the Devourer, and a Devourer of the Iron Eater Enclave. The name obviously being like they're so powerful they could eat iron, right? Like they do eat it, right? That's the rumor. They do eat it. That's how they're so powerful, right? Like there's a lot of mythos and lore about this name, so it's impossible to discern the truth. Maybe they're lying to you just to fuck with you, but that's the reputation it holds.
And so this is what we're seeing is this card has her picture on it, correct?
Yep, and that's all that there is there.
Okay. So I think immediately I'm going to look at it and go, that's Corsica. Corsica is a member of the Iron Eater Enclave.
And those of you who rolled those 11s, that's you put it together when she says Iron Eater Enclave. You're like, oh shit.
Val does a low whistle.
Is there a particular story of Corsica's that's earned Valpiani's respect? Because I heard that. That was respect. I heard it with my ears.
I think perhaps she's heard a story about Corsica single-handedly leveling like a very powerful army without any effort.
Your mic is cursed. You gotta say it again.
I love that for us.
I hate it so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you.
you.
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. I think she heard a story about Corsica single-handedly leveling like a very powerful army
Okay.
with no help.
No help. Oh shit. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay. Delicious. Perfect. And what do you think Tethry Cenarius's like knowledge around this is?
I think her knowledge is very, at least for Archfey, is very baseline. I think that like all of the monsters and things that she's had to endure, like in Morelica, have been like underwater like creatures and kind of fey. And so anything that has to do with like being on land, she's kind of like out of her depth a little bit. But when Cor says Iron Eater, like the name of the guild, she's kind of like, oh, okay, wait, no, I know, I know who this person is. And so when Val like gives that like low whistle of respect, Tethry kind of like gives Val like just for a second, just like a weird look, just trying to be like, whose side are you fighting for?
Yeah, she's fucking hot, mate. So yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah.
I think that's Tethry's like mood right now. She's just kind of confused.
Yeah. Okay. And I think Meinelgard kind of like sees this and then like tries to rein the conversation in a little. She says, "Yes, that is her, but it is more devastating that she is joined by one of the first war commanders, the Muse emissary Euphoria Flow. And I need these rolls again. I can either be history or nature or religion. And Tethry, you get to roll this with advantage.
Roll twice. Let me roll the other one. All right, 21.
21. Hell yeah, gamer. Who else is ranking? Who else is getting up here? We got a 21 and a 22 and an 11. Okay, so Val, you have no fucking clue who this is. Val, you were like,
no idea.
Probably, you know.
Val only knows bones.
Absolutely nothing.
Bones.
Yeah, I think
only bones.
You kind of like look
Only
down.
bones.
You look down at this like the picture of this woman, and she's got like a really like innocent, like pure beauty to her, and that is the least attractive thing in the world of Alpine. You're just like, I don't fucking know who that is. I don't. Okay.
Who is that? Who is she? I don't know her.
Exactly.
I don't know her.
I don't know her. So that's It's so funny. Oh my god. And so with a 22, was it, dear friend? A 21 and a 22, you would both know some of this. Euphoria Flow is the muse emissary, and by that, that is her formal name for being the Archfey of the muse domain. She is also one of the few dynaphic flux, and those are flux who are deemed too important and too all-encompassing to be part of just one dynasty, for surely it would tilt the scales. So she is one of very few dynaphic flux. She's also commander in the First War. She was an ardent believer in the Vindication, which you two of you, because you scored so high, would know that the Vindication is the Fey word for like bursting out, like summoning the wilds. That's what they call, that is what they name this. And through that name, they shall bring about a reality to it. She firmly believes her purpose was to inspire the wilds to engulf Akramon. The thing that Tethris knows that Core does not is that Euphoria inspired the assault on the Morelica Empire. She also, a 21, you have heard rumors that a waterborne fae equipped with deadly poison was the thing that killed your family. So, what Core knows is that Euphoria is obsessed with mortals and their softness, and by that it's their ability to inspire, and also like their need to possess what inspires them. So she is a very possessive and fraught fae. She is a giant collector, and she has a collection of Akramon preserves, which are artifacts and sometimes people that are her muses for the wilds taking Akramon. And so that's what you know about her. Her ecstasy, Euphoria Flow, the Muse Emissary, and the First War Commander. While you guys do this scene, I'll go ahead and pull up her picture.
I think that once Meidelgard like mentions her name, you like see it hit Tet3 before she like composes herself. Like there's like a 3-beat like sequence of like it hitting her, her sitting in it, and her composing herself.
Does anyone, does any PC want to roll a insight check on this?
Yeah, I can do an insight check.
Okay, let's get it. If you choose it to be, go ahead and summon it into existence.
Okay. I'm also gonna roll an insight check.
Let's go.
Erica, remember you get advantage.
I roll with advantage, right? Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
15.
Why can't I find it? There it is.
And so a 15 and a 14, since they're relatively similar numbers, Tethris, I'm gonna let you define what they glean from this insight.
I think that like they see that like it hits her, but I don't think they understand the like gravity of the situation. I think they just like see it affect her, which could just be like she's heard this person's name before and so it like strikes fear in her, or she could just like be fearful of the situation, not that this person literally murdered my entire family and made my kingdom fall to ruin. which is where Teth3 is currently sitting.
Right.
So I think that like they see the like re-upping of like Teth3's walls, or like her front of like everything's fine. Because it has to be.
Yeah, your body kind of like stiffens, right? That
Yeah.
like it's almost like that royalty mode where it's like,
Mhm.
oh, and this is the
Yep.
face, right?
This is what we're doing. Yeah. So it like
People
shifts.
live and die by my morale, and I treat it as such, right?
Mhm.
Sort of that noble instinct for sure.
Yeah. And I think that like this is the first time since she's gotten here that they've seen it. Because I think that when she got here, she was a little like relaxed in the sense that like she got to have dinner with Ega and like she was kind of vibing. But now it's just like, nope, guard is up. We are now here. Yeah.
Do any of you choose to reveal what you know about Euphoria at this time?
Teth3 just kind of goes, so they're working together, Battle Guard?
They are together.
Okay. What is our plan then?
Well, the Stargaze Grimoire page is in Euphoria's collection. We must wrest it from her. There are several ways we can do that. And there are two things we must decide. The first thing we must decide is what we let serve as our distraction. The Crown and I have decided on two possibilities. The first of which is a legion of our best fire mages to set aflame the old mining town that is now home to many of their spawn. Or the Vidrucel is so magnanimously donated several legions of their best shadow warriors. And we know that they would cause a capable distraction as well. This is the first thing we must decide. And the second is how we approach. We can choose the hero's approach. We can march right through their front gate and demand satisfaction and take the battle as it stands. Or we can opt for a subtler approach. Try and get in and get out before we're even noticed, and hope that blades won't even be drawn tomorrow. These are the things that we must decide. And the doors swing open. Core, your father is there. His emerald, where would be his hair, these giant emerald spikes reflecting off of the light of the blood moon, an urgency in his face. And he says, Champion Solar Spell, your queen requires you. It is an emergency. And Edelgard doesn't even see any of you anymore. She abruptly stands up. She looks down at the table. She says, these are the two things you must decide. I will be at your side in battle in the morrow. Pay no mind. I trust you. Do your best for your people. And she follows your dad running out of the room.
Well, I suppose we should get a bit of input. Out of the choices at hand, what do we think makes the best distraction?
Send in the shadow warriors,
I agree.
and then we should take the fight to them. I don't do this sneaking around thing.
But wait, if we are going for a distraction for a distraction's sake, would it not be the fire that draws their attention?
Shadow Warriors would
You
be
have
more.
work, have
yep.
you?
Do one more time, baby.
Fuck.
But then it gets normal again. It's just like sometimes. It's only a little
so weird.
taste.
You have not seen the shadow warriors work, have you?
I mean, no, but isn't the whole point that they're in the shadows and not able to be seen?
They would detect, they would feel them.
Such a naive question.
I think, if anything, the Muse emissary would be enamored with them. Enough so to buy us enough time to either sneak in or attack.
Like I said, I do not sneak. If you would like to sneak, you would ask somebody else.
We don't have to sneak then, but have... There is an option that Meinelgard did not speak of, and I fear it is for pride and pride's sake alone. Have we not thought of trying to strike some sort of deal with them and bet on the fact that they don't know how important that page is to our success?
They don't care about us.
No, but we can give them something of bargain's worth. I'm sure we can.
Like what?
Like what? Another city?
This is something I would happily put my life on the line for if it meant success when the Colossal comes in 2 sunsets.
At this,
I would do whatever I could.
At this, Tet3 pushes back from the table. They don't care about your life. They'll take
No,
as
they do
many
not.
as they want,
Yes, they
and
will.
it won't matter who they hurt in the process.
It's true.
That one sounded like if you had the
I
chance
know.
to change your fate.
Would you? It's fine. We're trying. Oh God.
And at that
And
point,
Love an inconsistent accent, truly.
oh, Cor, were you gonna say something?
Oh, and the end of the favor of the gods. Making a deal like that.
The gods know we act in their favor. Of course, I would never call that into question. I'm just saying we are thinking of how to win this war like mortals would. I worry that whatever we come up with that our ancestors would have come up with at this table simply will not suffice. That's all I'm trying to say.
And how do we know that whatever deal, let's say that a deal is struck, how do we know that they're going to keep up their end and not turn around and just demolish us all?
Once we have the page, does it matter?
Yes.
I have 1 teleportation spell. I can take me and whoever gets that page and I can bring them back here. 1 shot. That's what I have and I intend on using it. But we have to be aware that there might be prices to pay tomorrow. You know?
And what of the price if we bank on making a deal? We have one shot there.
I'm not saying to bank on it, but I am saying to consider it, right? To win, we may need to speak their language. They have the advantage. We'd be fools to act otherwise. And if it is not that act of ingenuity, fine, but I pray someone else come up with an equal act of ingenuity that will bring us to our goal. You do not sneak, but to stumble into someone else's lair and demand satisfaction screams of death to me.
However, consider what Tet3 said. I think there is a lot of truth there. Them being enamored could give us plenty of time, much more than a fire.
All I'm saying is, do we have something that they want? We represent the 5 shattered kingdoms. Surely there is something in all of them that is worth something to them.
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Val.
Sorry. No, you go. Go.
She vowed to you?
She's vowed to me. Tet3
You two know each other.
Yes. Tet3 kind of leans on the table a little bit and goes, "These Archfey will demolish an entire kingdom and not bat an eye. There's a reason why I'm the only last standing royal of Morelica. And it's one of the 2 Archfey that we have to fight."
And we must succeed where your people failed. We must succeed where my people failed. There is a weight to that. I need not remind you that I'm the keeper of one of the last few remaining enclaves. I have seen the loss, and I also seek to disrupt it.
And striking a deal with the people that have taken and taken and taken from us is your
Nothing
answer?
else has worked. We are losing the war, and the final battle is upon us. I would be a fool not to consider every option. This is all I speak of.
I understand you're wanting for there to be no more loss. Trust that that is what we all seek here. But to potentially play deeper into the hands of the ones trying to end us, I'm sorry, I don't see a way that this works in our favor.
Fine, is it a strategy you wish not to choose? I will not force it upon you. I just beg us to consider a strategy that might work. She says that kind of
this
currently.
conversation.
Then have one that suits you, Valpione.
I have already made my suggestion. We send in the Shadow Warriors and then we take the fight to them. If we kill them, they can no longer kill the people on our side. It's very straightforward.
But you suggest we take both Archfey on at once?
I do not see
Would
why
it not be wiser to try and separate them and take them out one at a time?
How do you propose we do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
The thing is, we can sit here and make plans all we want, but tomorrow is going to come and things might not go the way that we've planned.
Oh my god, is your suggestion to just not plan? This is the thing. Cor, I mean, Cor, you must agree with me. This is the thing that requires the most planning we can afford.
I
That
said
is
my
true.
plan, which was send in the Shadow Warriors, and then we can either stealth around or fight. I'm not saying to go in there without a plan. I'm just saying that you have to be prepared for the plans that we've made to not even come to, for us not even have a shot at them.
I fear that whatever way this goes, it ends in a fight. That is not something that we can avoid. So if we know that that is not something we can avoid, it may be the most beneficial to tackle this head on.
Thank you.
I agree.
Finally, someone is seeing reason.
Fine. I mean, if you truly believe that mortal might will outperform Fey insight every time, then I will make that bet with you. Please
Not
just be
every
sure
time,
of
but
your
perhaps
bet.
this time.
And why this time?
Why are we screaming? Sorry.
I'm screaming because I care.
Come here.
Oh, I know it's not me.
This time we use the bones of the fallen to fight the ones who made them fall.
That's true. There's much magic in this room.
Fine. So the plan is to let the Shadow Warriors attack and walk in the front door?
So to speak, I mean, I assume they have a front door. If they don't, we would have to go in a different way.
I mean, couldn't we use the fire mages to try and blow a hole in a different entrance in the caves or
Fire
something?
burns fast and bright, and it doesn't leave anything behind. If there is nothing left behind, there is nothing to manipulate. If there is nothing to manipulate, we cannot gain the upper hand.
And
The
if
Shadow
I'm
Warriors
distracted,
will leave plenty behind for us to manipulate.
All right, if you are the tactician at the table, then I cede to your advice.
are we all in agreement?
I am not, but I will follow you anyways.
I appreciate your understanding. I truly do feel that this is our best chance.
I hope you're right.
May the gods guide us.
May the gods guide us.
Val cracks her mace.
You know that's very unsettling, right?
Yes.
You have to know that. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, yeah. And so at that point, it kind of looks at you all with like this, what can only be called growing distaste in her eyes. And she says, right, well, we know our methods of attack, and I have a pretty good feeling that our approach will be nothing but through the front door and with great fervor. Is there anything else of our strategy to discuss?
No. Not at this moment in time. I do suggest that you and Core stay behind me and Middleguard.
Where would you like me? I can be as effective in the front as I am in the back.
I'd like you behind as well. You're no good to
Okay.
us if you fall.
Okay. Kitty, may I get your mind out of the gutter?
So sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to keep it together. I think at that point, Eka stands and says, fine. Are we off at sunrise then?
Yes. Hey, bud.
Yes, so we must make sure everything is prepared tonight. Whatever that may be for you all.
And Eka nods at the three of you and says, I will see it done then. Good night.
Good night.
And she turns on her heel. She storms out the door.
I would say that went well.
Are we done? Is this
Yeah.
adjourned or whatever?
Yeah, we're
Yes,
done.
please
Okay.
attend to
I
what
will
you
see
need
you
to.
tomorrow at dawn.
Yes.
She leaves.
Okay. Core and Tethryn are left.
Do you feel comfortable going into tomorrow?
Although I wish all of us were on the same page, I do believe that we are making the right choice. And I believe that with the gods at our side, we can do this.
Okay. And she will push back from the table and then offer her hand to Core.
And Cora will kind of look, because I think, again, Cora's kind of awkward with interactions, and then just like a pause, and then this is what I'm supposed to do. And then grab Sophie's hand.
And Tethri will a little shake Core's hand and then give a gentle squeeze. All right then. Let us go prepare for tomorrow and get as much rest as we can.
I agree. Thank you.
You did great.
Thanks.
It's a lot to wrangle 5 people from 5 separate kingdoms. You did good. She'll say as she kind of like leads Core out the door.
I think that kind of reminds Cora a little bit of her sister, and so she kind of peeks up a little bit and gives kind of an endearing smile.
Okay. And now I pose the question, how do you prepare for this fight?
I think Tethri is just like running over all of like the spells in her spell book and running over all of the like prayers that she says in order to like invoke the gods. And she spends like a few hours doing that before she kind of like crawls into the bed that they in the room that they had given her and like passes out.
Can I wake up my mace?
Yeah, bro. Absolutely. Let me pull up your mace info. to make sure I'm 100 correct.
I have it
percent
open,
correct
but it doesn't.
in the plan
doesn't
past
say-
me.
Doesn't say how I get it into a token state.
Let's see. So this is the map, but I don't want to say it out loud. Let me pull her up. Yeah, okay. I know who this is. This is someone else in their stats. It's someone else in our campaign. But so this mace that you have, this beautiful. Do you want to describe it? Your interpretation of it?
So I'm picturing it as this. It's a black iron mace that has a ruby head, and when I speak an infernal, okay, is my mic working for now?
Now it is, yeah. You're good.
Okay. So it's black iron with a ruby head, and then when she speaks this infernal command word, it lights up like there's flames coming out of the top. And she can also like turn that off by speaking another command word, or if she puts it down, it'll put itself out. But it's like it has a very unsettling air to it. Like I think it kind of repels people a little bit because it feels very powerful and it feels very evil.
Yes.
And it is it's a very, very powerful weapon that I think anyone who has seen it in battle probably lives in fear of it and probably has like active nightmares about it.
Can I get a DC 17, either religion, history, or persuasion check to tell me if you have learned the true identity of the being of this mace? You got an 18, bud. Congrats. You just hit that DC. I think you found out on the night that you killed Kor's big sister. They finally spoke their name to you for the first time in so ever many years that you have been with them. Mm-hmm. And it was in this this conversation with it that it finally spoke its name, and it said to you, "I am Valnirax, the first summoned." And if you would like to roll a religion check to know what that is, you may do so.
I do. I was just writing it down. Hold on.
Papa, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Our charisma modifiers are the big numbers, right? On the side?
Plus in front of it.
Bestie, that's a 28.
Oh, you got a fucking 28? Oh my god. You would know that. Oh my god, you would know so much of this that I'm actually going to ask the other two to take their headphones off.
Okay.
Finally, my time has come.
You actually know more about this than I think any other being on this plane does.
Incredible. Okay.
This is Valnirax, the first summoned. They were the first being summoned from the Stargaze Grimoire.
Okay.
Who led the first demon war, who led the demon war, and then lost the demon war. And in a fit of grief and rage, Doxon punished them to this mace. However, during your time researching this, you discovered something very vital. Valnirax is what Mordia is seeking to and her own creations. Because Doxon stole the Stargaze grimoire from her. And she has been seeking to restore it ever since. All of these demons, every dragon, that was supposed to be nothing but a story of hers. And Valnyrix is the doctrine that keeps those creations alive.
That's tasty.
Isn't it? That's why their headphones had to come off.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Hell yeah. I may ask you for additional notes later, but I think I'm good.
Hell yeah. So what do you say when you summon them?
In Infernal, I think they've been together long enough that they have kind of a little bit of a back and forth, like teasing relationship with each other now.
Okay.
And I think she says, "Are you still sulking, or will you talk to me now?"
I will sulk as long as I wish. I will sulk in eternity for as long as I'm in this.
You are so boring. Do you not want to go to battle tomorrow?
In all your meetings,
blah blah
and you
blah
make sure
blah blah
everyone
blah
knows.
blah
I
blah
am
blah
Valpyne. I am
blah
the
blah
scariest
blah
tiefling
blah
to
blah.
live. Every
Are you
time I sit
done?
through these meetings, I am done. What do you wish of me? Why have you summoned me to being perceived by you?
I choose to perceive you because I, unfortunately, need your help.
Yes, I am quite looking forward to watching you die on the field of battle tomorrow.
Do you think I will die, or do you think that you will help me take down these two archfey?
It depends
because
on what is in
sounds
it
like
for
more
me.
fun for both of us.
It could be some fun, but it could also be so much fun and just, the loving cradling of some icky little fey being who did not even know that I am their worst enemy. I would rip their mind apart from the inside out. It would be so tasty.
Why do you assume you can only do that if I die? Why do you hate me?
Because you are so attached to me. I am like your secret girlfriend. You not let me talk to anyone. I cannot be held by anyone. I am yours and yours alone for all the time, it feels.
Are you bored?
I am so bored. I hope that a tasty little exciting fae picks me up to. Well, I mean, no, the souls are very nice, and I think you're doing great things with them. I am just. You are so predictable in your meetings. I am Valpyne. I am spooky with an air of sexuality to me that lets me maintain my power. It is same every time.
You know that you are part of that, right?
Yes, I am part of it. And I love the participation. I do. I make sure that when it counts, it counts. I'm happy to help as best I can, and the whole
well, maybe
things.
you will get new fae lover tomorrow, but if you do not, we will succeed in the battle and then we will move on.
See, but moving on sounds so boring. All I hear is go back to the same.
Blah 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 blah. The goal is to win. The goal is not to give you a new fae partner. I know that sounds very spicy.
Tomorrow, but you must promise me some sort of future excitement. I know who you are surrounded by. Will you not truly act when the time is right tomorrow?
We will see what happens on the battlefield.
I would like to see what happens on the battlefield. Hopefully.
Then I suppose you should stay awake and stop sulking, yes?
Oh, but I just grow bored in your meetings. You cannot blame me same every time.
You do not have to be awake during the meetings. I do not need you to be awake during the meetings. I need you to be awake in the battles.
The only reason I slept through the last battle is I knew that you had it handled. How often do we have to fight giant snakes?
It would have been so much easier if you had just been awake. 1, 2, we're done.
Fine. What do you
Take the
want?
bones.
So
Make
how
a
do I
contract.
how do I help you get their souls tomorrow? I have been doing so much tasting of the neutral souls and so much tasting of the evil souls because they are easier for you to kill, but
I know
there's
we need
something
to kill
about a
some good
good
ones.
soul. I do
It's
miss
been a
it.
long time.
Oh, and there would be something so poetic about the same pretty little mace falling to
And if we
heirs.
take these ones, we might get what we need.
We are just 2 more souls away after that.
Yes.
We've come so far, dear Valpine. I would be lying to say that I was not proud of our achievements.
I'll put the mixed signals with you.
Oh, you want me to go back to what I was doing before? And fine, I will sleep. I will sleep. And I will complain about how
I do not. Oh my god. Blah,
And
blah,
the line
blah,
goes dead.
blah,
The
blah,
line
blah.
goes completely dead. They have retreated into their little orb.
She's gonna slam the mason and go, you will be awake tomorrow, or there will be
I
consequences.
will. Just stop slamming me around. There are no people to scare. What is the point?
The point is to scare you. Stop being
I
a little
am
bitch.
unscarable, and flames light up the whole like corridor that you're in for a brief moment. A completely superfluous show of power that you were absolutely aware would probably like singe your boots a little, but not do much to hurt you.
Wow, very impressive. Fancy light show. Good job.
I would wish to burn the whole castle. And then there's this very long talk about how much fun burning down a castle would be. Does anyone else do anything to prepare this evening? Pay no attention to what just happened.
I
No?
think Core goes back into their like living or like sleeping quarters and spends time again praying, going over notes, and also like going over her kind of battle outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of like it's kind of like a witchy, very flowy, almost tool-like dress that is low in the back and high up in the front, and it's like an eggshell white kind of color, and then there is kind of like a half corset made out of it's like a kind of like a breastplate with the metal coming up, and the metal kind of has these gold kind of like floor accents that come up and around, and then maybe like sort of like prayer beads that are draped around it, and also her staff. And so she's just kind of meticulously going over everything to make sure everything's fine, kind of just like nervously, but also trying to put all her trust in knowing that she's doing the right thing and this is what the gods want, and asking for them to bless everything from her armor to her staff and all of that.
Okay. Oh my god, that's so beautiful. I love the ritual of battle. I think like you are never visited by your father, but I think you do hear your mother praying outside your door throughout the entirety of the night.
And I think that that definitely gives me sort of strength, or maybe gives me
resolve.
a lot of resolve.
Okay. Okay. Delicious. So this is the way of readying. And about 2 hours before dawn, your father shakes you awake, Core. And he says, "Sorry, child, I bear bad news."
Father, what is it? What's wrong?
I present 2 fates for you, neither of which are preferable, but one will have to be selected either way. Meidelgard is still on her quest. You may either leave without her in the morning as intended, or take the risk of waiting, and knowing that if you fail, we will run out of time.
How? How are we supposed to do this without everybody? How can you ask this choice of me?
War has us make many choices we wish not to.
Well, you came to collect her. Where was she sent? What mission? Father, what's going on?
I will tell you, but I wish for it not to affect your spirit on the fields tomorrow. I'd need your word.
You have
A rift to the Feywild opened in the young princess's room last night, and she was taken.
and there's been no trace since.
Meidelgard has traveled into the Feywild to get her back. But we do not know how the Feywild and its relationship to time will affect our mission at hand.
Well, then there's only one choice. We have to continue what we started. If the gods are willing that Meidelgard be on this mission, then the gods are willing that we continue on without her. We'll proceed.
I knew your insight with the divine would lead the way. I am so proud of you, Kor.
Thanks, Dad. And she'll give a little smile.
And he kind of like takes that smile and does a little like a little friendly kind of like pinch of the chin, right? And says, "You must make them see you tomorrow." Use those cards and carve our divine fate. My daughter, you must do this for us.
I won't let anyone down.
You never could. And he gives you a light kiss on the forehead and dips. All right. So, do you head off at sunrise as originally intended?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Show up. What?
Yeah. So does anyone have any like particular reaction when like you all show up in the same place tomorrow? Like the next morning, right? The sunrise is happening. This is of course the rebirth in the cycle. When you all show up and Meidelgard is not there, do any of you say anything?
I like look around a bit. I think Tethri like looks around a bit. And she just goes, "We're missing someone, right?"
Yes, I'm sure you've noticed that Meidelgard has yet to return. We will be continuing on this mission without her. There's something very pressing that must guide her attention. But it is in our best interest to continue.
But most of us are mages, are we not?
I understand that this leaves a big worry in the balance of our battle, but we have the gods to guide us, each of us in our own right. knows the skills that we bring. And we have to understand that the alternative of waiting means a big possibility of a loss. And we will not get another chance at this.
So we don't get the Solar Spell Army because I'm assuming they're with her, correct?
I don't see them here. She's right. The four of you are all alone in the room.
Okay.
Are we really the four best that civilization had to offer?
Well, I am. I don't know about the rest of you.
I believe that it has been willed by the divine that we are all here and have been chosen. And even if we cannot see it, the reason is there. And we have to trust that.
I must actually. Can you roll a either a persuasion or a religion check to see if you can do a good little like youth pastor moment for me?
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! I've been attacked.
Not the
youth
youth
pastor
pastor moment.
Okay, wait. My brain just stopped. Religion? No, persuasion.
Persuasion.
Or persuasion, either.
Okay.
Oh!
Oh my god!
Double natural 20s?
Oh my god! Get out!
So
Youth
I guess,
pastor
like-
energy too strong. Too strong.
Divine to guide you.
We have like no choice but to listen to your will at this point. What does this cause? What does this speech core give create? Is it a feeling of unity? Is it a feeling of empowerment? Like what does she target specifically to tighten up?
I think empowerment because I feel that any sort of doubt in their own ability or in what we're doing right now could lead to catastrophic failure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so, oh, we're about to get to the sauce. So, I love this. Oh my god. Okay, so at this point, Eka says, all right, we will see it done then. And she pulls, and I think you can decide if, like, Core got along well enough with Eka for this truth to be revealed, but she actually pulls out a card of her own from inside her keeper's robes, and it is one of the keys, it is one of the cards you have been seeking the longest, and it is meters. And she says, by Meter's guide, teleportation circle. And this big arcanic rune like sets up, and this like beacon of light centers from the like center of the room. And she says, this will take us to our true destination one time, and it'll take us back when things are most dire. Are we clear?
Yes.
Yes.
The shadow soldiers are already through. I can feel it on the other side already. We will get there. And we're storming right in, aren't we?
That's the plan.
Yes.
And storm right in we shall. Let's go. And Eka just strolls right into the circle. And she erupts in a beacon of light. The smell of apple blossoms fill the air. I'm sorry, is only one person left in this room with? No. So no. Use Tetra step through.
I went through.
Valpine and Core are... Oh, Valpine went through?
Yeah.
Okay, I was so afraid you were about to be like, and I stab her in the back. I was like so ready. I was like, okay, you roll and I'm ready. No, I know, I'm ready for knife in the elevator energy. And I'm always so scared of it.
when we get to the other side, I would
Mhm.
like to immediately summon a bearded devil with my
Oh,
mace.
fuck me. Okay.
Oh, nice.
I also meant to send you a Discord message of affirmation. I have sent you one of revulsion, Sam, and for that I apologize.
It's okay, as long as it's an acknowledgement, that's all we need.
That's all we need. So you all come through this teleportation circle, and you are sailing on this rocky dinghy of a boat. As you are all sailing on these incredibly rough waters. You all hold on. I'm not gonna make any of you roll dexterity saving throws. I would make the regular party roll though, but y'all are level 15 and you've earned some clout. And by so you hold on to the boat real hard. That's the clout. So you erupt forth onto this boat, and there's a lurching moment as you all go to like get your balance. As you are sailing along, there is a moment of twisted recognition. Core, you have been here before. You used to tour with your family all the time on religious missions to go visit places of great importance. This is one of those places. You would know this as Cormos, the dwarven mining like not capital but like mecca almost of like this is where Eolazul and adamantine were discovered, right? Like this is where we first found powerful magic in stone. And you remember attending as a kid, and there was this beautiful town, this homely, like comfortable, like, you know, the nostalgia that you get walking down Main Street, like at Disney World. It's an unironic version of that I think like child Core felt when she walked through this town at first time. This is a very different place now. The only thing that remains the same is this waterfall that you remember very well. At the head of it, carved from stone, the helmet of the first pioneer of the imperial kingdom. His name was Ukregat. And he had the very like prolific helmet, and it is carved into this stone. And from the head of it, the waterfall falls down. That is the only thing that is the same. This town is now halfway submerged in an inky pool of water, yes, but also poison and shadow. Deathly to the touch, you are sure. All of these buildings submerged halfway, and new buildings and lives built on top of them. And like people walking past them, except for it's not walking, it's actually screaming in terror as the shadow warriors of Vidrusel have been unleashed on this town. And it is hard for you to tell who those citizens are. Doesn't matter though, I guess. They're all dying right now. You will see these shadow warriors come up and tear the shadow from these citizens' back. And in that tearing, all of the flesh from the back of their form in this single death knell as they rip off and collect these shadows like plucking wings from butterflies. They go. And you are in this dinghy of a boat, caught in the dark purple mists as you feel toxins begin to coat your throat, much like shaving cream. Shout out to chat. And you know that you are truly in like the domain of poison as you get closer to the face of this waterfall. How do you all react to this?
I think Tethri's trying to decipher if these are like innocent citizens or if these are like fae. And
Roll an insight check for me.
$19.
A 19. Both. Like a really strong both. I think like you notice with a 19 that there is actually something that demarks all of the mortals apart from the Fae here. They all wear some sort of violet gem encrusted wristband. Perhaps some mark of favor. They'll die all the same.
Tethri kind of looks at Valpine and goes, weren't they supposed to go to the castle?
They were supposed to cause a distraction. You got it.
I do not control where they go. Why are you looking at me? We agreed they would cause distraction, yes?
Yeah, I guess.
Fire would have threatened the architecture and the infrastructure. This is just death. And you hear in your voice, Valpine, you hear someone go, but death is the best distraction of all.
How close are we to the corpses?
You're like sailing past a bunch. Yeah, you're like, it's kind of like Pirates of the Caribbean, but instead of like a fun pirate animatronic, it's just like occasionally a corpse will be hanging off the bridge you're passing under.
Would you say that it's still nighttime? Has the sun come up?
It is sunrise. So shadow, they had to attack in shadow, and you are coming with the light. So we are directly in the transitional period, which is when shadow is most powerful.
I asked because I would like to cast Create Undead and create some...
Absolutely, you do so. Yes, correct.
Okay, cool.
So
this will affect 3 corpses.
And is there stat blocks corpse?
Ghoul. So they each become ghouls.
Okay, 3 ghouls.
And then
for my friend.
If they're within 120 feet of me, I can mentally command them to do something. But I think I just tell them to like fight. I don't really give them a command of like who to fight. I just tell them to fight. Mentally. And then to the rest of the group, I go, there. 3 of them survive in some way. Is this what you want?
No. And you know that.
Everyone goes, no.
Do I?
You do.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I didn't realize I was asking me what level it wanted me to cast at. There we go.
Terrifying. Great. I will add your ghouls. If you all are trying to approach the entrance to the cave with some semblance of stealth, you would need to roll it at this point. So your window of opportunity is closing.
I have a ring of invisibility.
Are we going into water?
I would like to use it.
Are we going into water?
Looks like you're about to pass under it, yeah.
Can I cast breathing on all of us?
I can breathe underwater.
Okay, well, on the rest of us who don't breathe underwater normally?
Yeah. Okay. I just didn't want you to waste that part of your spell. Like, I didn't want you to have to cast it on a higher level or anything to get all of us.
Yeah. It exists on that one
Yeah,
level,
so you got me. You pass underneath the head of this fountain, and the sounds of battle leaves you as the encompassing silence of water overtakes you. You are expecting like a few moments before you unearth to the other side of the backside of water. Wow, 2 Disney World references in one shot. As you pass through, there is this moment of like, oh, the other side, and it just never happens. What happens is the water changes from moving to an eerie stillness. As you all, still in this boat, you look down and can actually realize that it's probably Egha who's still keeping the boat moving with some form of her magic. As you all continue underneath and in a submerged mine of this place. What are you all doing during this moment of eerie silence?
I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna go invisible now or go invisible later. I have not decided. I do think that Tethri kind of like looks around to like count and make sure that we didn't lose anyone in the process.
Yeah,
I'm gonna whisper in my bearded devil's ear to
Yeah, he's just like chilling.
Ahead.
He's like hulking up. How big is he?
Yeah,
I should put bearded devil. You've got so many creatures already.
I love my friends. I think he's just a little guy. He's a medium fiend.
Just a little. No, medium's the size that people are, huh?
Oh, then he's a big guy.
Yeah, he's like hulking. I imagine
He's
everyone's kind of like this.
He's an adult man.
Kind of like this in the boat, and then he's like this in the boat, and everyone's just kind of like, oh, okay.
I that's what tunes in and whispers for him to go ahead and like scout, and then like come back and tell her what he finds.
Okay, so that's a bearded devil.
Can I see if this is like normal water? I know it's not normal water, but like, can I make a check of some kind to see like what kind of water this is?
What do you think that would be?
It would either be like
Aquas.
Arcana or like a history check with like my Triton background.
I think that to tell this water would be a nature check at advantage because of your background.
Okay. Let me roll this twice. 18.
Nice.
Really glad I had that advantage. That 3 was not helping anyone, besties.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so with that, an 18. This is this is water. This is someone's water. This is an extension of someone's prowess and not natural at all. Could probably be poison if it wanted to be, though, huh?
Cool. Are there any like creatures down here with us, or any aquatic things down here with us?
Yeah, you're kind of like looking around to see, and there is. Well, there are some things here, and what they are is they are all of someone's favorites. So you get a lot of different like fish that simply should never be in the same place. You've got like a trout and an eel and a piranha and an alligator and also 3 shark. It's pretty tight in here for those 3 shark, huh? Is that a fucking mermaid? Oh, that's a dead mermaid. We gotta keep going. Very much that energy as you sail through this, but you're all level 15, so like the shark that tries to bite your boat, you manage to handle quite readily with your available prowess.
with her emissary of the sea feet, just go stop that at the shark.
Quit! Are any of the mermaid's bones visible?
Yes.
Can I take?
You take a mermaid pinky bone.
Thank you. I'm gonna put it in my bag.
A mermaid pinky bone is now part of your life, and I love that for you. Is anything else happening as you pass through this moment? All right, cool. So, you begin to see this mine shaft turn upwards. As you get there, you realize that like, oh shit, I can't really like see what's at the top. and we're just like floating towards it right now. You notice that like Egha like pulls out her staff and kind of readies it in way of combat. There's this moment of like bracing yourself as the light of like day sort of breaks through.
I would like to take this moment to use my ring of invisibility and turn invisible, if I may.
You might. So you go Danny Phantom full invisible. And I love that for you, bestie. Let me give you a marker to denote that on this page y'all are about to be on. So, with that, you all submerge into this abandoned mine shaft that has been sundered by the two of these people. You see that like this used to be a mining city carved into the inside of this mountain, much like Terrapine was, but this has been sundered. There is one path here, and that is the path to the palace that lies at the top of this city. Everything else has been turned to rubble, in which then this webbing has come out and twisted around the rubble. Sometimes this webbing will birth lily pad-esque flowers, other times venomous plants, right? This is all almost a living, breathing bit of the wilds itself, something our heroes have not yet had to contend with in the main campaign. The fact that the wilds itself is foe. As you walk through this breathing city, the web gets tighter and heavier, more encompassing and engulfing. Do you do anything as you proceed through the web? All right. So, you have ghasts, right, Sam? Just to double check.
Yeah, some ghouls, yeah.
Is it ghast or is it ghoul?
I have 3 ghouls.
3 ghoul. They both exist, which is why I ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got ghoul pulling up. So, you all eventually come to this to this web-torn tunnel as the aura of poison and dread sets in. I need all of you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Even if I'm resistant to poison.
If you are resistant to poison, you do not need to.
I have a question. What does immune to disease mean in this context?
It means that like cancer won't get you. You know, like anything that would be set befallen illness is gonna be that. But poison is an outside force.
I see.
Therefore,
okay.
Undiseased, like in some natures.
Yeah. Absolutely. So what was it? It was a con?
It's a Constitution saving throw, please.
Nat 20.
Nice. Everyone else, can I get those, please?
I'm just clicking Constitution, right?
The saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
I do not have to roll because I have little friend inside of my awakened fist.
Yes,
mace.
You're right. I should remember this.
It's okay, I remember.
Lyrica, it's under your proficiency bonus on your sheet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Okay,
Oh,
so
no. Oh, no.
On a success, all right, so Core, you're going to take 11 points of poison damage as your lungs feel weak to this. Even the porous rock of your lungs can be eroded by this poison. tell me, Tethris, how the poison doesn't work with your ancestry, like your being.
I think that like Tethris can kind of like taste the difference. It's really silly, but she can like taste the difference in the water when
You actually have unearthed yourself now.
we've unearthed. Okay, I see.
So as you've broken through and you've been heading through this, you've been trawling around.
I see. Okay. I think that like she still hasn't like breathed in air. Like they've unearthed,
Right.
and she hasn't like processed that they've unearthed, and she's still like on the breath from before. I think also like she, with her like ancestry and like because she's like a level 15 paladin, there is like a sense of her that's just kind of like, nope, that's danger, alert, 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 alert in her brain as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, to clarify, you're still going to take half that damage. So you're going to go ahead and take 5 points. However, you will not suffer any of the mental effects that some of us may suffer in the following moments as a result of falling to this poison. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now.
Oh,
so,
no.
you and only you are safe for now, is what I guess I'm trying to say. And Valpine is here also. And so you all get closer. So correct me, Val, you sent the bearded devil ahead, right? To scout, or did I hallucinate that in a fit of
No, she
mercy?
did send the bearded
Yeah,
to scout.
I did.
Okay, cool.
Sorry,
yeah.
the lag is a little rough.
No, I believe you, and I believe this is not born of hate. I trust our love still runs very strong. So you send that all made sense, and I'm glad everyone agrees with me. So you continue heading closer and closer to your destination, and the bearded devil simply does not return. Now,
R.I.P. Bessie.
you get now ever closer to what you can perceive this to be as the entrance to the palace, which has been turned into nothing but this webbed concave entrance. As we go now to a brand new page.
Yay!
Hello. Let me pull you on over. I just fucked something up. One moment.
Oh, no.
I had worms for bones, not worms for bones.
Worms for bones?
I know, devastating to us. Okay, so the worms firmly vanquished, as you all had to stop and fight some worms. You now head to the precipice of this layer. This concave webbed hall. These glowing green bits of core. You can identify this. This is all Elazul, which is like a magic rock that is oftentimes formed into like arcane shit, just arcane shit. It gets turned into arcane shit all the time. So you can see that like pieces of this are lined in the web, and this web has not only these white strands but these dark like pulsing purple ones that seem to be the life of the wilds itself, right? This almost heartbeat to this growth and spread. We are on the precipice. Please roll a perception check. A 12 from Tethris, a 14 from Core, a nat 20 For Valpione, you are ready for the darkness. You know to look up. The first thing you see when you look up is your poor webbed deviled friend pulled into this tight cocoon and drained blood dry, the poison having sucked in his cheeks turned his form a sickly purple, and a pair of glowing purple eyes hover just above the entrance.
She says, heads.
I think
This
we
is
will
all
look
you
up.
say.
Just say heads.
That's all she says. Heads.
Yeah, so are there any immediate actions after heads is called?
Yes.
Or do you give her, or do you let them act first?
No, I would like to cast Bless on the 3 of us, on the 4 of us, including Ega.
Okay, go ahead and throw Bless in chat.
I will.
Any other last minute actions?
There you go.
Can I? No. Never mind.
No.
I changed my mind.
Okay.
Carry
Yeah.
on.
So at that point, with Bless cast, Core, are you acting at this point?
I was, but I don't think that'll work. Can I cast Aura of Life on us?
Tell me what Aura of Life is, and I will speak to you the truth.
It is a life-preserving energy that radiates, and until the spell ends, the aura moves with me, and each non-hostile creature within the aura has resistance to necrotic damage. Its hit point maximum can't be reduced, and a non-hostile living creature regains 1 hit point when it starts its turn in the aura with 0 hit points.
Yeah, so you should absolutely. That's Aura of Vitality, right?
Aura of Life.
Aura of Life. Different things. Oh boy. That's what happens when you name all your things the same. Okay. Sorry, wizards, but you also didn't send me a Feywild package, so your move.
You know.
So yeah, so it's a concentration spell. Do you know what the concentration rules are?
No.
Lyrica, because I can tell you right now if you don't. So, some spells require concentration for you to maintain focus while they are being cast. Please go to it. Please let me see the way of the world and the rules.
I think it's just
Okay.
a con check, and 10 and above if you get hit. You keep it.
Yeah, I was looking to see 10 or half the damage you take, whichever number is higher. That's what I was looking for, because it is sometimes 10, but it is also sometimes much higher than 10. So you can also lose concentration by being incapacitated or being killed. However, it's like taking damage, or when something like very monumental happens to you, right? If you're gonna have to make a save, you're gonna have to do something that we'd call for it. And that's sort of that. So you can have it as long as you can maintain concentration.
Okay.
However, casting another spell that requires concentration would interrupt the first concentration spell. So just keep an eye out for that. So like you can have one concentration spell going at all times. You can cast other spells that aren't just concentration. All other concentration spells are off limits.
Okay, they'll just override and then make the previous one. Okay.
Yep.
Can you throw your spell in chat for me?
Yes.
So I can look at it. Yeah, thank you.
So
Nice.
so you cast this. What does it look like?
I'm no longer invisible because I cast Bless.
Good for you.
I'm letting you know.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm just bullying you. What does it look like as Core casts this this aura spell?
I think Cora takes her staff and kind of just does like a circle motion, and I think that there is like this opalite kind of shard in the middle, and it has little ones that start of kind of circling around the side, and it creates a circle, and the circle radiates from the staff in like bigger to encompass us.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. Okay. Cool. Hell frickin' yeah. Ooh, okay. So, Corsica's frame suspended upside down. You see her fall, a very poetic, like 10 or 15 feet, and then come to bounce again a little bit closer to the entrance. And she says, "Hello, mortals. You knock on my door. Well, if you are to knock, you should at least claim it."
Tethri looks at the other members of her party.
Velpine is gonna slam her mace down to make a knocking sound twice.
Velpine, please, you're gonna die.
The Corsica grins, and she says, "Well, at least one of you has manners. I'll remember which one does. Now, I'm gonna let one of you through to talk to my wife, and the rest I'm gonna talk to. Who's who?"
Tethri kind of tilts her head a little bit. Doesn't say anything. She wants to. She just kind of like looks at the others to see if anyone's gonna volunteer to go, because otherwise she's gonna volunteer to go.
Velpine will go. She'll step forward.
Ega steps forward at the same time that you do. And then you two
Velpine looks.
I'll go. Tethri will step in front of both of them.
Or perhaps it should be, if none of us, because I don't consent to either of you two going to bargain with her. I would consent to it being Core.
You want to send Core alone to go talk to the Muse? Is that...
Yes, she'd corrupt either of you.
If you think so little of us, maybe you should go.
I would if you would see it.
Go. And I'll step out of her way.
This is what if I could flash up like a telltale, like, this decision is going to matter.
Oh yeah, no.
Greatly.
I know that it matters.
This decision will impact current and future games. Proceed.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's going to affect the main timeline, whoever goes through that door.
Mm-hmm.
Or if no one goes through that door. It's just a big deal. So, Tethris looks towards Egha and seeds that presence. Valpione, do you back down?
No.
Interesting. Egha shoots Cora a look that says, "Settle this."
And I think Cora's going to... Oh, I wonder where I guess there is kind of a satchel or maybe a holster on my clothing where I know that I have my cards.
Right.
And I'm kind of just, my hand is kind of slowly moving towards that side where I am, and I'm just like, I think we should stay together.
Okay.
Val, what do you say to that?
I have just sent you a DM if you want to look at it really quick.
Yeah, you can earn that, but you're gonna have to shed some blood. Eka says, no, I will let you.
Timing.
No, I know. I'll handle you no matter what.
Okay.
You would have to fucking earn that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Eka looks with like a derisive look towards Core and says, no, I will go while the three of you indulge in your bloodshed. And she turns to step forward.
If all we needed was the might of one person, we would have sent one person. We should stay together.
Val, are you acting at this point? The midnight train going anywhere is leaving.
I think she just kind of rolls her eyes and says, I do not have time for these games. What are we doing? What is the plan? You seem obsessed with plans.
Yeah, and so at that point, Ega, who has stepped forward, says, she takes a moment and she looks at the three of you, her eyes lingering on Tethris for just a moment longer than it should, before she says, no, I know the three of you. You're all of the old way. The old way's gotten all of us killed. I will go speak with her. And she casts this spell, and this wall of wind separates the group. Egha on one side with Corsica, and the three of you on the other. And she makes a fucking run for it. So, Windwall, you can say that again, Sam?
I said, well, that's not how I saw that going.
Yeah, so you all can persist through the wind wall if you would like to, but it's going to die away after about 30 seconds. That's all she's going to need. No one's going through, right?
Mm-mm.
1 moment, 2 moment, 3 moment, gone. The decision has been cast. So we watch Egha run into the void. And as far as we know, for now, maybe history will tell us later in the one-shot, but as far as history recalls it at this moment, that is the last of her story. Now, the three of you remain in this webbing, and Corsica draws like 10 feet closer to the ground, right? That little bounce after she jumps, and she says, well, do you really want to start a fight, or can we have a conversation? Your choice.
Three kind of looks at Corsica. Goes, are you really interested in a conversation, Corsica?
I love them. In fact, I'd love to hear what three mighty heroes such as yourselves are doing in my house. I'd like to hear that quite a bit. The webbing begins pulsing even darker.
Sorry, I'm looking at my character sheet to see if I want to do anything at this moment in time.
Can I start a riot?
Please.
Violent.
Yeah. Can I start a riot?
I'm checking with the other two party members. Can I do something violent?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you always have
yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I thought you said, can I start a riot?
I did.
That
is what I said. That is what I said.
Okay.
That is what I, Sam, said.
Yeah, let's
Sam
fight.
wants to know if they can set fire to the rain.
Let's fight. I'm down.
Valpine is going to roll and go, this is exhausting, and then she's going to cast Finger of Death.
Oh. Feel free.
Oh, I don't like that. Bestie, you could die.
64 damage, a DC 17 Constitution saving throw. Let's see how we do, gamer, and then we'll roll initiative. Were you holding your staff while you cast this?
I was.
That is going to be important as Corsica will seek to know your intent. But as you cast, tell me what Finger of Death looks like. Does it even look like anything, or does it just happen?
She literally, like, she's holding her mace in one hand, and then she, with her other hand, she just goes, and then it's cast.
Beautiful. You cast, I think everyone around you feel this dark magic surge in the air, but is otherwise wordless. This Finger of Death flies towards Corsica, and you see Corsica kind of like extend one of her hands, and you feel that like pulsing dark magic kind of like stop. And then she pulls her hands in and channels that magic. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative. Please go ahead and
half damage, just as a side note.
Whopping 3. 3, please.
Okay, so half unsaved. Okay,
so
cool.
32 damage.
I will take that. And something tells me I'll be okay.
A whole 5.
Oh, a whole 5.
Saucy
I'm
initiative
having
for
so much trouble finding stuff.
Oh, make sure you click on your token before you click roll.
Oops.
Or else it's not going to show on the sheet.
Tiny. Okay, there I am. Okay, click my. Oh wait.
I can't click my token. I think
Me
I fucked
neither.
it up. That's on me. Hold on.
Oh no.
That's on me. I got it.
I'll help you.
Alright.
This is Core. Take control. Val. Take control.
Nope.
It says it's determined by character settings. You should be able to move them.
Nope.
Try now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
All right, 8 for you.
I think. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay.
Did you sort your token, Jude, or do you need help?
No, I need help. I don't know what the fuck I did. I'm sorry,
All
bestie.
right, I got you. No worries, bestie. Tethri. All right, you should be able to move it now. Everyone go ahead and click and
Okay,
get on that initiative order.
All right.
Sam, your little ghoul friends are going to act on your number.
Do you want me to... I had already rolled. Would you like me to re-roll?
Just roll again.
Oh my god, I don't know what you said. Your mic really said...
no.
I had to re-roll.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wait, and am I rolling a d20?
Yeah,
you're
so
rolling
on
initiative.
your character sheet, after you've selected your token, it's going to be right above... I'm looking at an NPC, which won't help you at all.
It's above your hit points, baby.
Hit points. Okay, in between armor class. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Oh no!
Yeah, let's fucking go, gamers. All right.
I already knew we were gonna die, but like, fuck, dude.
She harnesses this dark magic in her hand, and then just frickin' smirks and says, "Oh, an impatient and foolhardy adventurer. What will I do?" And she like crushes this magic in her hands in a fatal moment. And with that, all of the, you now realize, hair that is coming from her head this
I don't like
webbing that
that.
has taken over this entire city. All of
like
her
that.
being, this webbing, her hair erupts from all around you and seeks to entwine you.
I don't like that.
This is gonna give away whose stat block it is. Experts at home, don't say a word. So the so this is now all difficult terrain for you all. Anyone who moves into the web or starts its turn there is going to take a DC 21 Dex saving throw. And if you fail, you're going to be restrained, which is a huge bummer for you. Yeah, so, oh shit, it's actually a 30-foot cube next to her. So what's her movement? Her movement, Corsica's sweet movement is, let's see, 40. Okay.
Also, I think you were saved. I don't think it told us whose stat block it was, by the way.
Okay. No, it does for those who were paying attention at home. And so she moves this far forward, and then is going to cast this hair spell, this web spell, if you will, and that's going to be a 30-foot circle. So 30. Oh no. Okay, so this is going to be. She's going to cast it 30 protruding from Tethris. Mm-hmm. So that is going to hit everyone. She's actually going to use her final action to, I think, get real close to y'all to make this justifiable. She's got a few actions there, and she's going to use one of them to haste. So she's going to get right next to you, cast this in 30 feet. So I need everyone. So that's going to be everyone except for that.
You have Bless.
One little boy in the back. Who's gonna, you're gonna get to add an extra roll 1d4 and add that to your final roll. You're looking to beat a DC of 21.
Okay, wait, one more time. How am I rolling?
Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw. It's in your saving
22
dexterity saving, okay.
You got a 22. You have succeeded. Tell me how you dodged the web.
Damn.
Move. Rough one. Tell me how you avoid the webbing, Valpine.
Yeah, I'm thinking for a second. Sorry.
I left the thought.
I'm gonna use a bonus action to speak the infernal command word to have flames erupt from the head of my thing, and I think that it's just enough fire to like cause it to just like it can't she has fire in her hand.
Okay. Go ahead and I'm going to need you to roll a wisdom saving throw. And it's going to need to beat a...
That's a 9.
Yes, that's not going to beat it. So at this point, Corsica is actually casting Detect Thoughts at you and is plaguing a layer deeper into your true intentions. And I think you failed real bad with a 6. And so I think it's like a complete read. Would you agree with me?
Yeah,
maybe. I think like you can keep one fact from her, and I will let you decide the fact which you hide from her. Do you either disguise your sweet Mace's true name, or do you disguise who your true prey in this room is?
I disguise the name of the mace.
Okay. And so as this webbing swip, how do you dodge it out of the way? So you're using the mace to evade it, this magical fire summoning you, protecting you, right? It cinders anything that tries to latch on in this impressive moment, because you are literally surrounded by people who got encapsulated, and you are the last one standing. And by encapsulated, I mean like encapsulated. You are like mummified, right? Your ears are kind of dampened. You can barely hear, right? It's so tight on your head. it's a claustrophobic moment for Core and Tethris for sure, and this hulking form resides over you, and she says, "Oh, well, oh, sweet thing. Do you just not want to play together?"
That's me.
Yes, it is.
She says, I do not have time for play. I am here to win.
But I've given your prey on such a sweet little platter, did I not?
She's gonna kind of look around a little bit. And then say, is this an offering?
Well, I think it is, sweet one. You go right through that door, and these web pull back and release this sort of hidden cavern. And she says, you go through this tunnel, you help me with a nice little summoning gig. And I'll tell you what, when I come visit you at the end of this tunnel, I'll have both their souls nice and ready for you. Sound like a deal?
Are we swearing it in blood?
I'd swear it 3 times if you ask it. I've had a boring day.
3 times it is then. Let's hear it.
On my life, I swear. On my life, I swear. On my life, I swear this to be true. You feel this dark magic. The shadow that's been bracing your form for all these years now, Val, gets a little bit fierier.
Val
There are some
dips
answers
her head and goes through the tunnel.
And man, Core and Tethris can't even see it. They are so entangled by the webs at this point, as given a single brief moment of agreement, Val has left this to your merit and your merit alone. Because Val wins either way, doesn't she? Either her friends come and get her, or her new boss comes and gets her. And both would work. All right, Val. Well, you go right down through this tunnel. And, well, I think your story ends there for tonight.
I think it does.
If her friends come get her, she's fucking dying. I'm killing her.
Yes, we'll see if she's
Bye,
still there.
bestie.
Well,
bye. Have
We'll find out
fun.
later. Have a good evening.
You.
We love you. Bye.
Have a good night, everybody. Bye, chat.
All right.
11:30 on the dot. An expert DM, I tell you.
I am
Look at me go.
fixing our overlay slightly. All right.
Thank you for fixing the overlay.
Let's play some games, Lyrica.
Okay.
Let us. So, you are all entrapped in this web. Will you both roll perception checks for me so we can get a tell for, like, if you hear anything, or if you're, like, struggling and screaming so loud that you can't make sense for what has just happened.
19.
13.
A 19, you have heard everything. A 13, you can decide how much you heard. You can pick, like, 1 or 2 key moments to decide what you walked away with. But perhaps not the whole equation.
I think Tethrin, with hearing everything, starts struggling harder because, like, how dare this person, like, side with the people who fucking, like, demolished her fucking kingdom. And she's just so angry. So I think that's where we're at. Emotionally, I think Tethrin's fucking pissed and wants to kill her.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, gamer. So, Yeah, you see Corsica let out just like this low laugh and says, well, let's see it then. Are you really heroes, or is a simple web going to do it? And with that, Sweet Val is off the initiative order, and Tethri, it is your turn.
I think I would like to make a strength check to get free.
Yep. So on your turn, you may roll to get out. It's going to be a DC. This does say 21. It should be a 20. I just didn't change it for it's scaling down a little bit.
I'm gonna
so it's just
roll
a 20.
my bliss.
Hold on. Get that bless going. That bless is gonna do it no matter what. So hell yeah, gamer. You needed that good roll.
I just want to see what I get.
Absolutely.
Why? I never do it right. Hold on, I got it.
That's like Reddit. You have to do /R. The un-Reddit way.
Okay.
So that's
22.
Beautiful. Oh boy. So you are able to break free. On a success, it can free itself or a creature that is being restrained by the web. That's your whole turn though, my dude.
I'm trying to see if I have any bonus actions that I want to do.
Okay.
1 second. It sucks because like a lot of my spells are for melee weapons, and I don't have melee weapons.
Your trident isn't a melee weapon?
Oh, I mean, right? Isn't it? Is it?
Yes.
Okay, great. For with my bonus action, I'd like to cast Staggering Smite on Corsica.
Oh, okay. Wait. So Staggering Smite
is a bonus action. The next time you hear. Oh, but that never mind. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So you were like I was like cast on Corsica. It's something you cast on yourself. Do you not?
Yes, but I don't want to do it either way because I like having bless up. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, bless has been helpful for you a few times. Might be worth keeping up.
So I'm gonna keep bless for now. So
cool.
Ignore that.
Any bonus actions then?
No, I'm done.
Okay, cool. So then, we hear. Do you say anything as you're like breaking out of this webbing? What does it look like?
I think she's like breaking out of the webbing, and in like a fit of anger, it's just like, well, fine, if I get my fucking hands on you, I'm going to kill you. And she's like breaking out of this web, and she's so angry, and like, that's how she breaks out of the web. That's the first thing
you hear. Take your time, fishy. And that's what you hear. As we now look to Core, Keeper of the Keys, roller of 3 on initiative. What actions do you take next?
Oh, okay. So can I actually see if I can wiggle my hand enough to get to one of my cards?
Ooh. Wiggle your hand enough to get to one of the cards. I am going to call for a DC. A DC 15 sleight of hand check.
Okay.
I've called my shot.
Here we go. 18.
Oh, let's go, gamer! It's gonna be like a blind draw, but fate decrees it to be the following spell you cast. So let's see it.
Okay. So I am going to pull the Scepter of Valkar. And
oh shit! The Scepter of Valkar. Oh my god. Okay.
And I'm deciding what it does?
Yeah, absolutely. You can use it to cast any of the spells you currently have. So Valkar is going to be like economy and infrastructure, right? So it could be like an earth thing, right? Where like you're causing the ground to tremble, right? As you're like corrupting her infrastructure, right? You could channel some form of greed. You could channel Honestly, like, so a lot of the law mages, no, that's Valksor. So Valkar is economy infrastructure. This is like the Hufflepuffs. So there is that big Hufflepuff energy from this card, honestly. But that is what you've brought forth.
Okay, so maybe can I cast it with Thunder Wave, and there's like
Ooh,
an added.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I want to do that.
All right. A wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you, including our sweet friend, must make
I have a lot of health. We're good.
Constitution saving throw. So actually, a 15-foot cube originating from me might not hit Rasty Baby. Oh, but these are actually like 7.5. I really should just mark it to say 7.5. Yeah, with the correct calculations on this map, you are actually just within range. So I'm gonna roll for Corsica as well. And I'm gonna need that so you make that Constitution saving throw. Good for you, Bestie.
Thank you, Bestie.
I'm going to roll a 23 on that Constitution saving throw. So I believe I pass it as well. However, on a successful save, we're still taking half as much damage. So it's going to be do you want, can I roll 2d8 for you, babe, or do you want to roll 2d8?
2d8?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can roll it.
Okay. Roll 2d8. Okay. So half of 9 damage rounded up, so that's gonna be 5 damage for you, Sweet Bean, and 5 damage for me.
Got it.
So this is a magical attack, so that is gonna work. Perfect. So 5 damage for her. She is not moved by the thunder. But I think you're going to get advantage because you're shaking this thunder, right? So you're kind of like loosing the webbing around you. And I think it's that energy that like that is the summonings from the card, right? It begins to loosen your webbing, and you're going to get advantage on your next strength check to break out. So that's the effect of that card.
Okay.
Hell yeah, gamers. So -5. Beautiful. Awesome. So we head back up now to Corsica, who is going to kick your ass, I think.
I should have took my movement. Oops.
So okay. The first thing that she's actually going to do is in between your turn and her turn, she is going to cast Toxic Web. Each creature restrained by Arasta's web is going to take 4d8 poison damage. So, Sweet Core, you take 17 points of poison damage as Arasta's web's poison sinks into your bones. Then on that turn, you are in the middle of like freeing yourself. You've just done so.
Does this count as like them hitting a target, technically?
That hard to say. I'm gonna say no.
Okay,
just based off the fact that I would say yes, were it not a legendary action, because I am likening the legendary action to the Wilds' lair action. And that's my justification. Any man on Reddit is free to keep his opinion there.
Pay us money, but keep your opinion to yourself.
So as you're like just beginning to free yourself, a barrage of claws rains down on you. The first is a 21. That hit, Bestie? That hit your AC, Bestie? What's your AC? I hope it's not a 21.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not? It's not a 21? Is it 19 points of slashing damage instead? Go ahead and take that as her first claw rakes into you. And then she immediately follows it up with another set, 22 to attack. I think that's going to hit another 16 damage on Tethras's form as the claws pierce through. the poison on her fangs begins to drip as she prepares for her final attack on you. Let's see how much damage I can deal in one turn. A 22 attack, I assume that hits. 23 piercing damage as she sinks into your form. And then I'm also going to need a DC 21 Constitution saving throw. How many is that altogether?
A lot of damage.
19, 16. So that takes it to 15 to make that 20, 35 plus 23, 8, 50, 58 points of damage. How many hit points do you have?
Are you down, bestie?
That's on you, babe.
I'm asking.
No. How many hit? That's an attack on Tethris.
Oh, that's on me?
Yeah, bestie.
Oh, I was not paying attention. I literally thought
You're
this was Encore.
I
was not paying attention.
Bestie. You were the only one. You like freed yourself from her web, and she was like, "Finally, time to play." And she like fucking went at you.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's a 21 attack, a 22 attack, and a 20 attack. You may resolve them however you see fit, bestie.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I had a question and I forgot it. Hold on.
No time for questions, only damage.
Only damage, that's fine.
Bestie.
I had a thing. It's fine. You said 58 damage?
Yeah. 58.
Okay, hold on. Where's my token? I can just do it this way. I can't tap on her. For why? Why have you forsaken me?
Tethri Sunarius. Oh, you have 143 hit points.
Yeah, I'm
You're
literally fine. 58.
Oh my god.
Nope, that didn't do it. I have to do the math. I'm fine. Anyway,
I'm gonna let you get sad for a while.
85. Okay, we're good. It's my turn, right?
You.
Well,
I
she's
just want to
probably
know
not
what
done.
it looks like from Tethri as she gets her fucking shit got.
I think that, like, I don't think she gets knocked prone, but I do think that, like, there is this, like, each time she gets hit, there is, like, this very guttural, like, sound that comes from her, and she's, like, wiping the... Chat, don't laugh at me that I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to be prepared. She's like... I think she's, like, wiping, like, at her, like, wounds, like, each time she gets hit. And each time it's kind of just like this, like sound that like comes from her, because she's like not prepared at all to like, take that kind of damage. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so yeah, and I think like core, you can hear those cries, and you hear nothing of Valpiany, nor Egha, to be fair. Or Midogard, to be extra fair.
Extra fair.
So much silence from your besties in this moment. But yes, so as that blow lands, I think Corsica, though she could do more, is having fun playing with her food, and it is your turn.
I'm deciding whether I want to fight her or run. Hold on.
Your call, bestie.
Hold on. You create a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder. Sorry, I'm literally just trying to see what the fuck this spell does.
It does everything you could hope for, Jude.
No, it does not.
Also, Core, you're on deck, so you can start working on what you think you're doing.
Which is what I was doing, and then I got attacked.
I know you got bestie.
I'm sorry. The thing is, I want to hit her, but I know that her AC is probably fucking wild high. And so like
Who's
me,
this bestie?
uh,
Oh wait, yours.
yeah, you know. So instead, I'm sorry that I'm taking so long. I just
No
don't know these
worries.
spells.
Fine.
I could do this, and then hold on. Either way, I lose. So I'm just gonna try and hit her, and we'll see what happens.
Oh no! Okay.
I wanted to do banishment, but looking at how her saving throws have been going, I don't think that's gonna end well for me.
Yeah,
So
she's also got some legendary resistances.
yeah. I would rather get some damage in than it fail, and us still not. I would rather try for damage than.
Right.
Where do I hit the attack in the attack thing?
What?
On roll 20. On roll 20.
You should just be able to click it and it'll pop up. I don't know what the question is.
Does a 25 hit?
A 25 do hit, bestie.
All right, great. I'm gonna roll damage and also divine smite on this.
Oh yeah, because you prepped it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You didn't
No.
do the other smite. I was thinking of the other one.
No.
This one is
So
this
I
one.
would like
I'm back. I'm
to
following.
divine smite on this first attack. Because I think it's only on the first attack. Because I do hit twice. With my extra attack. Each spell level higher than first. So I would like to cast it as at the highest level that I possibly can, but it's not asking me. So I don't know how to do that. I will do my attack first and then try and do the divine smite on top, and maybe that'll give me what I need.
Yeah, this should be right.
So that's 14 damage, and then on top of that, it did not ask me. Would you like to ask me how? Okay. Okay. I want to cast it at a 4th level, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that how math works? 5d8.
2d8 for a first level spell slot. So
3.
What spell are you rolling at?
Oh, 4th level. 4th level. I am baby.
So 5d8.
Okay. I think it's 4d8 because it's 2, 3, 4. So it'd be 4d8. 4d8. Which is an extra 20 damage, and then I would like to attack again.
I think you need that extra d8 because the extra damage is 2d8 for a first level spell slot, plus 1 additional for each spell level higher than that. So 2 for 1, 3 for 2, 4 for 3, 5 for 4.
I love not being able to do math. Thank you.
I literally was sitting here, I was like, I did take an edible. Can I explain this?
Okay, 14.
I was like, can I explain this? Can I explain numbers?
14 plus 24, and then I hit again.
14 plus 24 is going to be 38 points of damage. As you go to roll these, I
19 does not hit. I'm going to.
It does hit. It hits exactly.
Oh, lit.
I am less interested in the numbers, actually, and more interested in what calling divinity looks like for Tethri.
I think when Tethri calls divinity, there is this like swirl of like, kind of looks like a tsunami, for lack of a better term, that kind of like swirls around her and like whips around her like very, very quickly. So much so that like if anyone is standing like directly next to her, they will get hit with this water. And she like raises her trident, and her trident starts to glow this like silver gold color. So like the way we said at the beginning that, Katie, you are not new. The way we said at the beginning that it looks like those like glitter like tubes that we would use when we were kids. The glitter inside of the tube is now this like bright gold and like silver.
Oh, and the sea
metallic.
monkeys are screaming. They're
Oh my
yelling at the top of their
God.
little lungs.
If it's not sea monkeys, it's little tiny like fish. They're little tiny fish. They live a very happy life. Anyway, I'm gonna roll the damage for my second attack. But
yeah, please.
15 for that second attack.
That is a roll. I need you to press trident two-handed.
I did already. I did though.
I pressed it for you. 20
okay.
piercing damage.
Thank you.
So it's 38 plus 20.
Yeah, so 58 damage.
And that is a magical trident, so that's all normal damage.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay.
I would also like to take my movement and get out of her immediate vicinity.
I will get an opportunity of attack if you don't have some way to combat that.
Let's see.
Lyrica, an attack of opportunity is when an enemy tries to leave another enemy's range. This ability goes both ways. Should a villain leave your range, you will get an attack of opportunity. But should a hero leave my range, I will get an attack of opportunity as well. That's attacks of opportunities with Katie May.
Now I know.
Attack of opportunity is just a melee attack, right?
Correct, Bestie.
I will take that melee attack and I will leave the direct vicinity.
Hell yeah, Bestie. Let's take a claw.
I'll take a claw. It's okay.
17.
17. Yeah. That hits. My
16 slashing damage as she dives her claws into your back.
Yeah. Let me. Where's the ruler?
It's the little dot with
I got
the thing
it.
at the top.
30
there
feet.
You go,
Okay.
Bestie.
I'm going there.
30 whole feet.
All right. Go in here. That's not that far. Actually, you know what? That's fine. It's closer for me to kill Val. It gets me closer to killing Val, which is at this point all Tethri desires.
That is not what you came here for.
No.
Core, it is your turn. You don't say anything though, right?
No, I don't say anything. I'm just going through the motions at this point.
I just needed to know if Core heard anything, but if not, Core is fully
Core
returned.
heard me say that I'm going to kill Val. Core does not know why I'm going to kill Val.
I think that's enough for Val to put all the pieces together. That'd do it.
Something happened. Okay, and I am still wrapped up in spiderweb hair, correct?
Correct, but you get advantage towards breaking free.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Let's go, gamer. DC 20 with advantage and bless.
Let's break. I'm breaking free.
We're soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven and we can't reach. I'm singing it out of key so that you can't get DMCA, dude. You're welcome. I know how Twitch streaming works.
My brain just stopped. I'm rolling what?
Strength saving throw.
There we go.
Yes, with advantage and bless.
Good, because I got a -1 strength.
Oh, Bestie, no!
Oh.
Well,
also bless.
on Tetri's action, Tetri could also break you free.
Wait, what did you roll? I can't see it.
I haven't yet. I'm
not
scared.
Okay. Remember, you can add a. You got advantage! You got advantage! Ah! Roll your blessed dice! Roll your blessed dice!
Wait.
You got through because the blessed dice is minimum D4.
And that was a nat 20.
So that's 20.
Wait. What's a blessed dice?
So
you don't need to roll it because...
Okay. Yeah, you don't need to roll it. But on all of your, saving throws and stuff for the rest of the combat, you get to roll an extra 1d4 because I blessed you. I did that I did that before we started fighting.
Thanks, bestie.
Hashtag blessed.
Yeah.
Hashtag blessed.
Will you please paint for me this scene? Right, I honestly feel like, this moment of Core breaking through the binds, card in hand, is something that could be the subject of a mosaic piece in Huntress, right? This moment of heroism, what does it look like? Will you paint me a picture?
Okay, let's see. Well, what can it look like? I mean, I didn't use magic. Did I?
You could have.
I could have.
You tell me. What does strength mean for her?
Then I think, maybe in this kind of holy ordained sort of light, much like when I used my staff, it could start as this very small glowing light that keeps glowing. And it's almost like, if you pictured a giant or something that had its hands around something, and you could just see the beams of light start to come out through the fingers. It's like the beams of light start shooting out between the hairs, and then they just erupt and break, and I am out.
Delicious. In this blinding divine light, you see like these swarms of spiders that were about to descend on you, like hiss at this light and retreat back into the darkness. The poison spiders have been avoided.
I love this.
You can take a bonus action if you have one on this turn, like casting a spell and using a sorcery point to make it a bonus action.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Let's go, gamer!
I think, let's see, where am I in? Okay, I think that I'm going to cast Guardian of Faith.
Ooh. Drop it in chat for the gamers.
There we go. There it is.
Guardian of Faith. A large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration in an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within range. So within 30 feet of you, where do you summon this spectral being?
I want it to kind of be a little up front and like in between myself. In between myself and Tethri.
Oh, cool. And does this take an ambiguous divine form, right? Does it look like an Aasimar, right, in form, right, like a protector? It could look like Isa, the first Aasimar. It could look like the spectral form of a god, if so you choose. What does like divine protection like look like to Core as she summons it?
Not to take us out of this and into the realm of Fortnite, but do you know
not where I was expecting to be taken to.
I did not know where you were going with that, but that was not it.
You know the little purple cubes?
Yeah.
Yes, and like they like could completely turn you like incorporeal. Like that. It's just kind of like a glowing, maybe an outline of like a humanoid type figure, but very large that you can see when the light hits it in certain directions. The only thing that's maybe actually defined is like this shield that you can kind of see that definitely isn't solid, but is there.
Okay, so a gelatinous ooze with a giant shield and a vaguely humanoid form. Did I hear you correct?
Maybe less gelatinous and more shiny. And
yeah.
Like
this is your little
gaseous
form.
like.
This is him. This being.
It's my flubber baby.
This divine guardian is sort of sitting there pulsing in the space. And on the start of Corsica's turn, it will do damage. However, are you doing anything else with your turn?
Can I? What do I?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I'm asking.
I use my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You could move, kind of, maybe technically, but that's it.
I'm okay.
Hell yeah. So as it becomes before it becomes my sweet girl's turn, she is going to, what is the range? Oh, so this is reach. So she actually can't do any of this shit on her turn. That's not great. Well, I will instead not have her do anything on her turn, and instead she will approach you on hers. Given that she's getting closer to you, she's going to take that Guardian of Faith damage, which is a dexterity saving throw. Let's get that rolled. It's going to be against your spell save DC, which I almost guarantee you is not a 28.
It is definitely not a 28. It's 18.
But I'm still going to take half of that damage, which is 10. So I'm going to take 10 damage as the divine kind of like slashes up against her. And you see it kind of like burns away at some of her webbed armor, but beyond that doesn't do much more. So you see her approach her and say, "Oh, two playthings now. Now it's a real fight." And she's just gonna try to what would happen to any lesser mortal, bite your head off. Let's see if you don't have that happen to you. Let's go, bestie.
Don't like that.
So she's gonna start with 2 claw attacks as she goes to try and grab you. That's gonna be a 31 to hit with a 15 damage. So 31 plus, so 31, I imagine hits that your AC is not 31. So 31 plus the second claw's attack as she kind of like gets her other hand around you is a 25 to hit. I'm so sorry I'm hitting so well, besties. And that is 19 damage. So 34 points of damage so far as her other hand latches onto you. And when her other hand latches onto you, a spark of realization hits as she realizes what's in your hands. And there's like a manic gleam that takes over her eyes. And she says, "Oh, so you've brought the Fae weapons of fate, have you?" And she's gonna try and bite your head off. Let's see how she does, bestie. A 33 to hit, with 25 piercing damage. So that's gonna be on top of the 24 that already exists. That's gonna be 61 if I'm still living. 61 points of damage with a DC 21 Constitution saving throw, bestie.
Whew. Okay.
I thank you. Less isn't going to get you to where you need to go.
No.
Let me help you out and do just like a quick casual look of your character sheet.
Oh, if you're wanting to do the math on the hit points, it's I'm at a 1.
Can I do fighting style interception to reduce the amount of damage that
Are you within range for interception?
Fuck. No, I'm not.
Okay. That's why I was so confused when you got out of range. I was like, "Oh, you're leaving a little snack behind, are we?" But I was going to ask you, and then you said it was emotionally motivated, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm going to keep my mouth shut." So that's what happened to me. Let me make sure that there's nothing in here that would secretly help you. There's not. That's my secret. There isn't. I think that you've got some things that can help you get out of this pickle, but you are firmly in pickled for now. You've got some things that can help should you live to your next turn now. And did you cast Aura of Life, and did that... Oh, that spell got interrupted though, right?
Well, let me see. I cast Aura of Light, and then the other spell I cast was
Guardian's not concentration. I don't.
Yeah, so Guardian's not concentration. So you still have Aura of Life going. That's in a 30-foot radius. It moves centered around you. Everyone who's in here has resistant to necrotic damage. But if someone dies in your aura, it's actually going to start its turn with 1 hit point. Instead of like dying out and being at 0. But that's going to help her falling, not you falling. Some of these other things might help. Might not though. Good luck, bestie.
Good luck, bestie.
So she's basically got you. She's holding you.
okay.
It's flavor. I'm not grappling you or anything, but she has like lifted you into the air and like bit into your shoulder. And so that's where you are at when she ends her turn. Tetri, it is on you, bestie.
It sucks because I can't do what I was originally going to do because she's holding her, and I'll kill her. I'll kill Core if I do what I wanted to do originally.
Is she going to be in range no matter what? or is it only would it not hit the target otherwise? Because you can say that we do something to knock her loose, right? That's, you could say something to distract her. You could do, since it's flavor, you can negate it.
How big is Corsica?
She's a big lady.
I know she's a big lady. Is she like a 20-foot spear big lady?
She has a wingspan of 22.5 feet.
Okay, so she's a 20-foot spear big lady. Okay, good to know. So what I want to do is run toward Corsica and Core. Take my Core, you're gonna take bludgeoning damage, and I'm so sorry. Take the end of my trident, not like wedge it between Corsica and Core, and like for flavor, like knock Core out of Corsica's grip. And then I would like to use my ruby spell gem to cast Incendiary Cloud on Corsica, which, because she is a 20-foot spear lady, it only hits her and won't hit anyone else if the center of it is on her. This is the spell. Can I grab it, please? It might not even hit her, but
dexterity save or 44 points.
Yeah,
25. I'm still gonna take half though, so that's good for you, because you need that, and that is nice to have.
Yeah.
So another 22 damage. I think like this is actually when the incendiary cloud sort of, the smoke dissipates and it's causing this noxious toxic smoke, as you can actually see that it's burning parts of her hair away, and the parts of the hair that are being burnt are releasing these toxic fumes. Should that go on much longer, you may take damage from it.
For sure.
But that is what you managed to do on your turn without either of you coming to harm.
Great. And then with my bonus action, I would like to cast Staggering Smite on myself.
Hell yeah. Will you drop that in chat so chat can know?
Yep.
And then
wait. No, because I can't cast 2 spells in the same turn.
Correct. Yep.
Yep, never mind. I can't do that. Never mind. So, this spell is never gonna get cast.
R.I.P. to that spell, lady. So are you two saying anything to each other?
I think when I am, sorry, I want to move my token to where it is. I think like once like I cast the spell, I like turn around and like grab Core's like wrists and go, you have to run. Because I think she knows that Core got really fucked up by the last attack. Like she can like see it. And I think that like in an urgent like wanting her not to fucking die, she's just like, you have to run.
And with that, Core, it is your turn. Your mind is immediately wandering. If I run, where do I go? Core, you cannot breathe underwater, and you know that your entrance was a good 300-400 meters of just that, the depths. So you could try braving it undersea, or you could go through the far door, or you could try to fight your way through the webbing to find whatever tunnel Val disappeared through.
I think I'm going to try to make a break through the webbing forward.
So are you going forward to where
or like for where
is? Or are you are you chasing Val?
I'll go to where
Egha, yes.
Egha, yes.
The Omen Soul. Yes, she is forward. If you spend your whole turn, so you know how we were talking about opportunities attacks? So there's actually an action you can take on your turn, and instead of like casting something or fighting, you can disengage. And what that means is like you back out, right? Like you dodge out of the way, that's your whole shit. And so I actually wouldn't get to take an opportunity attack, but that would be your whole turn, unless you wanted to cast a spell as a bonus action in points like we talked about. But your action category would be kind of like taken up by disengaging. And these are all the options that are available to you, young Padawan. Which path you pick is entirely up to you. You also should have some healing powers, no?
I was looking. I have empowered healing, right? But that just empowers a healing spell. What?
Let me check, because if you didn't get a healing spell, that's on us, because you should have one. Even though you are merely a sorcerer, you should have one or two.
Yeah, I don't think she had one when we did her loadout.
Let me fix that for you then, bestie.
Oh, I have 2 pass without a trace. Just realized.
Yeah, you're
hell yeah.
because we Roll20 went down while we were making your sheet earlier tonight. It got a little sick.
Sorry,
watch me go full invisible.
Your sheet got a little sick in the thick of things. We're fine now. I'm not going to give you power word heal though. I'll tell you that much. Let's see. Second level conjuration. No, that's a. Don't mind me. You know what? You know what, bestie? Have a cleric spell. No one can stop me.
No.
Fuck you, wizards.
No.
Take that cleric spell. You were raised by the church, so why the fuck wouldn't you have it? Take that cleric spell and your church girl parentage and run my bean. You have this healing spell now, and you should use it should you choose.
I am definitely going to use it.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. It's user choice. You can see within range. Yeah, we're gonna use that.
And are you using this as your main action, or are you using this as a bonus action in your sorcery abilities?
So, okay. So if I use my bonus action, that would be...
It's already a bonus action. Mass Healing Word is already a bonus action.
Oh my god! Yeah, okay, so it's already a bonus action. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So you're gonna roll 1d4, and it's gonna be 1d4 plus your
spell modifier.
Yes. Which I'm pretty sure is your spell attack bonus.
I think so.
Right?
I think so.
And so that's gonna be 1d4 plus 12.
Plus
Holy
12.
shit.
Okay. So let me see if I do this right.
13.
13.
For both of us.
So you both heal 13 points. And the rest of your turn is now your own. You can disengage and run if you so choose.
Okay.
I love combat. I'm very excited. I love combat so much.
Combat is good. Combat's so good, besties.
Okay, I can disengage and run, or if I use another spell, does that mean my turn is over, or does that still leave me with movement?
Yeah, so you could... Can you cast?
I don't think you can cast 2 spells. I don't know exactly what the
You
rules
can't
are.
cast. So this is actually kind of weird part of the rules. This is already a bonus action. I will say you can spend the spell slot points to kind of like earn a full action back if so you choose. Right? Like I don't know how many Sporcerer. I almost said Sporcerer. How many sorcerer points you have left? Let me pull that up first.
Yeah, so if
do you
it's
see
a
where it says
cantrip-
sorcery points? Do you see where I'm talking about? Right below your flaws on your character sheet.
Yes, I do see them.
Yeah, so that's your available pool of sorcery points.
Okay. 1, 2, 3,
So you
4,
got some space to spend,
7.
right? So to spend the 3, you would spend 3 to free up that spell to make it so that you could do anything on your turn, basically. If so, you choose to spend these 3 points in this moment.
Okay. So
you also have the Genasi ability to literally kind of melt into the earth, should you choose. So you can move across difficult terrain made of earth and stone without expending extra movement. So you could just kind of like, should you choose.
That's fucking cool. What the fuck?
That is cool, because I'm trying to think. It's like, I want to possibly cast a spell that would allow. Well, I don't know that you want to run as well, but
I mean, I want to run and kill Val, but I mean, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of want to blind her. Yeah, let's I can expend 3 sorcerer points, and that would gain me a slot for another spell. I only have 13 points. Yeah, I'm gonna disengage. And
where are you going, bestie? So you have, let me check for you. You have 30 feet to go wherever your pretty little heart tells you. So 30 feet in whatever direction you so choose.
I'm gonna go 30 feet directly. But wait, what direction is
so Egha went through this far door.
She's over here.
Over here.
Why can I not see?
She's all the way at the top.
Okay.
I'm drawing a little red X marks the spot on the door she went through. That is a green square. I've drawn a green square marks the spot on the door she went through. I hope you found this helpful, for surely it nearly was not.
Sophia, look up.
No. Little green square. Yeah, I'm gonna go directly behind, heading towards that.
Okay, so 30 old feet. Let's get that measured out. All right, so you're gonna be able to head right up there.
Does your guardian follow you?
My guardian. Where you at, guardian? Occupied space of your choice.
It doesn't move. It stays there the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just wondering if it needed to go with her.
No worries. Core, are you saying anything to Tethri before your turn ends?
Yes, I think I'm going to shout to Tethri that I'll come back.
Okay. You be safe.
You too.
All right. With that, Corsica will act. Right as your turn ends, sweet friend, Corsica is going to take a claw attack toward Tethri. As she sort of like watches, like she's like swooping to watch like Core run, and in that, like, she's not even looking at you, and one of her like razor sharp like spider feet just like claws like right past, like a very cool artful scar just right across the center of your face. And so an 18 doth hit.
It doth hit.
13 slashing damage, and that is before her turn. Now that it is her turn, she's gonna try and tear your fucking shit up.
Okay.
Let's go. So that's gonna be 2 claws, 1 bite. Let's resolve the claws first. 17 hit.
Yep.
Another 16 slashing. That brings us to 29.
Okay.
And a third claw attack. Does a 16 hit?
Meets it, beats it. So yeah.
Shit. So another 18 damage. So that is 27, 37. So it's 37 damage. And then the bite attack happens. And that's a 26 to hit with 18 piercing. And now I need a Constitution saving throw, if you will, bestie. Can I do it? Ooh, not even Bless can save you now,
Bless
bestie.
can save me. How much damage did I take?
Let me roll this final one, and then we'll get a final tally.
Okay.
Plus 32 points of damage. So we've got a 32 plus 18, 40, that's 50, plus 16 is 66, plus 13, 69, plus 10, 79 HP.
I'm still standing, Jesus
Ah,
Christ.
you're still up?
I'm
How many
still
points you got left?
19! I'm still fucking
Hell
standing!
yeah!
I'm still fucking standing!
Fuck yes.
Oh my god. What does that look like then?
I think she's
As like you
I
fucking
think
stay
her
standing.
clothes are like ripped, and I think that like she's bleeding and like spitting up on herself as like the like poison and like disgustingness of like this creature is like all over her, and she like looks at Corsica and like wipes her mouth, and she just goes, "You fucking thought, bitch."
And with that, it's your turn.
I'm going to first of all would like to lay on hands on myself for the full 75 points of healing that I can give myself.
Oh my god! You spend your entire lay on hands pools at
spend my
once.
entire
Is that a that's a full action though,
That's
right?
a full action.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then I would like to take my movement. I know that there's an attack of opportunity, but I would still like to take my movement to get the fuck out of dodge. Because if I'm not close enough, she can't hit me. So I would like to take my full 30 feet and move the fuck away from this lady. I'm over here somewhere. I'm right here. And then I'm sorry, the adrenaline of still being I only play squishy characters, chat. You don't understand. I'm so...
Yeah, that's pretty rad. That's pretty rad.
I'm fucking excited. Anyway, then I would like to, at this, lay on hands technically is not a spell, right? It's like my divine energy.
Sure, bestie.
I'm just asking.
That's
I don't know the rules.
no, wait, that's that. Lay on hands is absolutely a spell. Like technically, like can I cast another spell? Is this a spell? Yes, the answer is yes, it's a spell.
Okay. Nah, I think I'm good for now.
I'll Google it for you just to be sure I'm not completely out of pocket.
I think I'm good because I don't have cantrips as a paladin, so.
No, it's not. The official ranking is no. It's not a spell, but it's still magic.
Great. I would like to fucking cast this goddamn spell if I get to hit her again.
Like Jeremy Crawford makes the rules of reality.
I'll cast Staggering Smite on myself, which will give me an extra 19 points of psychic damage if I hit her again.
Nice. Cool.
Which I probably won't because I'm trying to leave. But if I do, I have Staggering Smite up.
This is gonna be a really fucking close one. I can't wait to see who gets it.
I'm so excited. Anyway, that's my turn.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So this ability has actually recharged. You saw me roll that right just down there.
Yep.
On your turn, she's going to spend all 3. Oh wait, no, I lied. She is going to, first and foremost, when you left my range, did I get to make an attack of opportunity? If not, I need to resolve that.
You have not done it yet, but you need to.
Okay. So first and foremost, that's not what I needed. Okay,
no.
so a 30 to attack is
hit.
21 slashing damage.
Okay.
Damn, 21. And
3.
she Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, bestie. Oh, no, I can do this. Okay, cool. So then on hers, she's actually going to recharge her web of hair. And you are still within 30 feet, correct, besties?
I think so. I'm not. I left her range. I left 30 feet.
You are 15 feet within me.
Oh, I was supposed to leave, but that's fine.
You walked 30 feet. I can see that.
Yeah.
But unless you went 30 feet backwards, that was the only way you could really like leave her range.
Yeah. No. I'm fine. We're good.
Okay, cool.
It makes sense.
So then,
I was trying to ban a fucker in the chat. Sorry. Anyway.
That's so wily. So the 30-foot cube, I can't get both of you though. And she wants you. So she's going to pay no mind to Core.
Good, which is what I wanted, which is why
she figures that Core's moving deeper into the layer. That's not a problem for her, you know?
Yeah.
And so she is still gonna go for you. So I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw. And this could very well make or break this right here. That's a 9, bestie.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do anything to change your fate?
I don't think I can.
Yes, the only way I would accept a reroll was if you pledged that Adriel would pay a greater price later on. But I don't think you're ready for a deal like that.
I don't. However, no, I don't think that inspiration counts here. I still have inspiration for you making me watch the live action Cinderella.
No, you can spend that here.
But if we are going to die at the end because that is the tale of fate,
the death doesn't matter. Do you understand that if this doesn't go right, the Fae gets 16 of the Arcanic deck cards?
That's right. Okay, yeah, I will spend my
You don't know if we have the page.
That's worse.
Right? The pay is in Fae possession.
Worse.
Oh no, bestie! Not that Cinderella advantage doing you wrong. Come here.
Dirty.
Crybaria! I don't know what her full name is.
Her last name is Cabello. Her last name is Cabello, which means hair in certain Spanish countries. I just needed to be known.
Yeah.
Well, you should have known, bestie. All Corsica's doing is using her hair. You should have known Camilla pledged her allegiances correctly.
I know.
Well, unfortunately, bestie, you are engulfed in a pile of webbing, and now it is your turn.
Sorry, because what I was going to do does not make sense now, so please hold.
It surely does not, I'm sure. A friendly reminder that the webbing is immune to all damage except magical fire. And if you can deal 20 fire damage to it, that'll also break it.
Okay. I don't think I have magical fire besides the thing I already used. So I think that's
a room
one
for
use.
ghosts. If you think this is stressful, wait until it's the main characters.
Yep. That's why I'm I'm stressed, but I'm not that stressed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, I'm attached, but I'm not that attached.
So, how are you getting out of this, bestie?
Let me see. I think I might just have to make a strength check. I don't have any other real options. And the only way I can land that strength check is if I hit a nat 20 because Bless is no longer up.
Right.
So, I'm trying to see if I have anything that is not somatic that I can cast, but I don't think there is. So I am bound, besties. Oh, actually, we're gonna try to land the strength check and then we'll see what happens. If I die, I die. But I do think
You
that
can also pay a greater price later on. Let's see it.
if I pay a greater price later on, is it guaranteed that I will leave this web?
No, we're gonna do the strength roll first, and then we can start our negotiations.
Okay.
You are dealing with a Fae. Let's continue.
13. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
you're gonna need a reroll or something on your side, aren't we?
I'm thinking. Hold on. This is a lot. I gotta use my brain, and it's 2:30 in the morning. So hold on.
Well. Oh yeah, I'm over here on Lyrica night time.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's midnight. Let's go.
No, it's 2:30 for me, and my brain's like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is going on? Math at this time? Anyway,
I would, should you pay a price later on, let you roll twice and take the higher number, but the price shall be a grave one.
why not? Sauce is sauce.
Sauce is sauce.
Sauce is sauce.
All right, you can take a strength save at advantage, knowing that you will pay a greater
21.
price later on. You weave the strands of fate in your favor just this once. Tell me what this looks like.
I think she's like yelling and thrashing, and she kind of like gets her like Triton claws like into the fabrics of the web, and she is just like and like pulls it apart, and it kind of like looks like, you know how this is really silly, but you know how I was very obsessed with Peter Pan the Musical as a kid, specifically the version of Peter Pan the Musical that had Kathy Rigby in it. There is a scene in Peter Pan the Musical where his shadow is like ripped from him, and it's like this like tool kind of like, anyway, what I imagine happening is Death3 ripping through this in the way that like you would rip through like some kind of fabric of some kind.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It
And
almost sounds like a harp, where all the strings are just being snapped and cut at once. There's this plucking sound to it almost.
right. So that's what I imagine happens as she kind of like steps out and is like picking the webs off of her.
Are you moving at all as your turn ends?
I think she's gonna go more toward the door if she can, but I think
The far door or
the door
the entrance
Val
door or
went.
the exit?
This door where Val went.
Oh, okay. So that's like straight up webbing. So you're basically like saying, I'm gonna go swim in those webs. Let's see what happens.
Can I use my trident to cut through on my next turn?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then I think I will do that. I think I will get to like where I can go before it hits webbing, which I don't know how deep that is. And then on my next turn, use my trident to cut through.
Her entrance was this thing right here.
Okay, great. So I would. Where's the ruler?
I will just put her token where the door was.
I will end up being like right here because I imagine I have to like go over that curve of some kind.
No, you're a hero. You can fucking vault that shit.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I will move my token, and I think I'll take an attack of opportunity if I'm not mistaken, because I'm leaving her range once again.
No, you're still in her. Oh, wait, you are. Okay. Let me roll that.
Yeah.
And the claw. 33 hit.
Yeah.
21 slashing.
Okay.
As your claws
52.
slice into your back as you turn it. Core, it is your turn once more. So you are fully disengaged now, which means that like attacks of opportunities and stuff you don't have to worry about. So you can cast spells on this turn. Another D&D move that you should know about is something called haste, where instead of taking an action, you just double your movement and only move for your turn. So instead of 30 feet, it would be 60 feet, but it's also the only thing you would do besides a bonus action on your turn. Or you can move 30 feet and still take your full turn.
And I can cast a spell and then take that movement, correct?
You could cast a spell and take 30 feet.
Yeah.
Or you could cast a spell, use your sorcery points to make it a bonus action, because you do still have sorcery points.
Yes.
And then take the full 60 that haste provides, is a thing you could do.
Okay.
And is something I did many times as a sorcerer once. I'm running, but I'm throwing my spells as I run.
That's what I think I want to do.
That's
Let's
the
see,
sorcerer's
and then
lifestyle, baby.
okay, I can. Is there a limit to how many sorcery points I can use in a turn?
Technically, no, but there is a limit to like spells. Like, right, you've used your only bonus action slot this turn. So that's going to be the thing that holds you back. Have I spent many fucking sorcery points in a turn before? Yes, absolutely.
And so when I see like underneath some of my sorcerer points, I see like meta magic heightened spell, meta magic empowered spell. Is that
those are all things you can do.
spell?
Those are the things that no, so those are actually the things that require sorcery points for you to enact. So let's take one of these as an example. And those of chat who don't know D&D as good can also learn this. So let's take meta magic heightened spell. So when the word meta magic is there, you know you're gonna pull from your sorcery points pool. So meta magic heightened spell says when you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw to resist its effects, so a lot of what we've been doing so far, you can spend 3 sorcery points to give the target disadvantage on that roll, which is a very good effect. So you know that costs 3 a pop. Whereas meta magic and power is you can spend 1 sorcery point to re-roll a number of damage dice up to your charisma modifier. So your charisma modifier is 5. So basically for this, when you roll damage for a spell, you can spend up to 5 sorcery points to re-roll dice to try and get better numbers, right? So if you like did a damage rolls and it was like all fucking 1s and 2s, you'd be like, fuck that, I'm spending 5 sorcery points so I can re-roll 5 of those dice to get us a number that will win us the fight. So that's what that. So those are 2 of your meta magics, and that's how meta magic works for you in chat.
I think I'm gonna try it out.
Let's go!
I want to use meta magic in conjunction with spells, please.
Spells, please.
Not sunbeam. Sunburst.
Okay.
And then I want to get the hell out of there.
Okay, so you are.
What is this face?
What's going on?
So let's talk about spell points. So the first point of meta magic that you are choosing to use is are you using oh, it's not. I put the wrong meta magic on your sheet. Well, so I don't know how I did that. So you don't have magical guidance. I'm so sorry. The spell that you do have, the meta magic that you do have, and I'll put it on your sheet, is the one that we've been using, where you can spend the meta magic points to change it into being a bonus spell. I just don't know where it went. So
I don't have guidance. Okay.
You can actually take all of them because it's my fucking fault. And that's how I tend to rule as a DM. So the thing that you need to know, so the thing that you can do is, this is a quickened, so it's actually called the quickened spell, meta magic. And, I'm just wanting to get the words. Okay. So, oh, interesting. Okay, so, basically, you turn that into a bonus action, and it takes up your bonus action slot, so that you are going to get the ability to cast another spell or do another thing or haste.
Okay.
So, we would know that why is it showing me Pathfinder rules? This is hell. Sorry, I love to game. So I don't know why the internet is trying to kill me. The other things you can do, I should focus on this, on DMing and not trying to Google this as fast as I can. So the other things you can do on this sheet. So I'm trying to figure out how many sorcery points that is. We're not going to spend more than 15 sorcery points on your turn, so we can just count these points.
Oh yeah, I've used 5 so far.
Right. So the other things you can do, so you can use, I think it's 3, I'm gonna say, or is it? Oh, I wish this would work. So the other thing you can do are these other 2 actions, 3 technically. So are you using any of them to pump the spell up?
Am I using any of my sorcery?
Yeah, any of your other meta
Points?
magics. Is empowered spell. Well, yeah, so you can decide whether or not to re-roll the damage dice later.
Okay.
The big question is, I'm asking if you're gonna make her have disadvantage on her Constitution saving throw.
Yes, that's what I want. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's gonna be, how many points does that cost? I'm clicking around so wildly on your character sheet. This is 3 sorcery points. Yep, so 3 sorcery points to impose disadvantage. Congrats, bestie. And then, okay, so it's 2 sorcery points to change it to being 1 action. Google finally worked for me. Congrats, gamers. We got to the other side.
We did it.
So it's going to be 2 points. So it's going to be 5 points total to make it both a bonus action and to impose disadvantage on our Constitution saving throw. We did it. So 5 points spent. I'm going to roll Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
And let me get the spell. Where'd it go? There you are.
Okay, so at disadvantage, it's going to be an 18.
I think my spell DC is an 18.
Yeah, it is. And so I would like to offer you the ability to change someone's fate. You are holding 16 of the Arcanic deck cards. If you summon them into your being, if you call the divine to you in this moment, you will get the attention of people who find those cards important, or people who can sense their use. If you use these cards to change this fate, to give me that 1 point it would take to get this hit to land. If you would like, I will let you channel the divine to shift this moment in your favor, knowing that there would be a cost later on.
I would like to not place all of these eggs in one basket. I do not want her to have these 16 cards. Please.
So you're gonna take the deal, or you're gonna refute it?
So if I take the deal, that means that you will get the 1 point for it to land, and
yeah, if you take the deal, the hit will land. But perhaps those who can sense the use of the deck, or those who are seeking the deck, or those who are powerful and near enough by to sense the deck, would be tipped off. But since you have the majority of the Arcanic deck, you can use it to alter fate. This is essentially me saying, like, the cards have given you the equivalent of, like, bardic inspiration, but or bless, but like juiced.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this deal. Take that hit point. Let them come.
All right, let's roll that damage. That honestly could be the difference between Tethry living and dying, which is why I wanted to possess the option. So the damage is going to be on this page.
Okay.
Do you want me to click it for you?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
So you're doing Sunburst, right?
Yes.
Cool. Oh shit. So, this brilliant sunlight. Tell me what it looks like as you summon this spell, right? Like, what are you using the cards? Is this your raw power? Is like the deck glowing at your side? Have like the cards come out and begin to like float around you? Like, what's the sauce?
Yeah, I was gonna do something to that effect where they kind of just like explode out of the deck, and they're now circling. And then each of them in turn are their own light source that are getting brighter until they all meet and create one massive light source.
Okay. And I am now going to... Oh, you need to roll 12d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
Do I roll for you?
Let's see. Yes.
I gotcha. Oh my god. 43 points of damage. So that's 43 points of damage to start. That's a huge fucking amount. Oh my god. The other thing I do want to say about this is I do see 2 1s if you would like to spend and re-roll them in any capacity.
Because you're gonna get a hit on me after this anyway.
I'm
right?
gonna get a few hits on a few.
Yeah, do it
after this.
Spend them.
So this is all right. So you can spend those sorcery points, and I'll re-roll those 2d6.
Okay. And how many points is that to change?
So it's going to be that's going to take it from a 43 to a 40. I'll give you a 47 because I don't feel like doing math. Oh shit. This is the first thing that looks to severely damage her. You bring this burst of light down and you actually notice it rupture the sky above, bringing forth this beautiful pounding ray of morning light into this otherwise place of unrepentant darkness, as this brilliant divine light seems to swell throughout this room. You see your divine guardian almost like grow, empowered by it. I think, Tethry, this is the closest thing you've seen to religion in the flesh. And at the end of your turn, but before Corsica starts, she is going to...
Oh wait, do I still get my movement too?
Oh yeah, you should move, or else I'm gonna fucking kill you. So
I was gonna use haste. That was the whole reason.
So you get 60. You get 60. So let me
get me the hell out of there.
I was about to be like, about to be dangerous. Oh, you can like fucking leave. That's enough.
Yeah, let me go. That was my whole plan.
You get out. You leave. This is Jordan Peele's We're Getting Out. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, fair friend. You fucking sprint through that door. Do you say anything to Tethry in your final moments of communication to her at this time?
I think that I'm going to yell, may the gods guide you, and yeah, and go through the door or go through the exit.
Okay, cool. What a beautiful... Oh boy, we'll revisit you soon. No. It is now Corsica's turn as she lets out this sort of cry of angered pain, as like that sunlight, which you maybe get the feeling she's been trying to avoid for a while, sears into her skin. And you actually see more of that noxious poison gas releasing from her form as she turns on you.
Can she see right now? I'm asking if she can see, because
no, she can't. She is blinded, huh?
Is she blind?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, yes.
Oh yeah, then she's real mad, because I think at that point, like, she's just like seething with anger, and she's about to like wildly swing at you and just like go for it. And those will be with at disadvantage, of course. But I think like she says, "Annoying, so annoying, little fishy. I should have given my wife better poisons." And she's gonna go to try and fuck your shit up. So one moment while I roll to fuck your shit up.
Okay.
So it's going to be at disadvantage, so let's remember that.
Okay.
2 claws, 1 bite. The first one is a 21 with disadvantage. That's going to be 19 slashing.
Okay.
The second claws is 20 at disadvantage with 15 slashing. And the bite is a 28 with disadvantage. You have avoided
a
crit damage, which, you know, is the difference between life and death. And then another 22 points on top of that. So 22, 15, 19, 34, 22, 56 points of damage you take as she... Oh, shit. So roll a Constitution saving throw for me. DC 21. So her claws, they're wildly scratching around. You feel her find you. You know, you're still moving around the webs. It's she's got the advantage here. And she encompasses your form. She like full out tackles you, but she's also like a spider lady, so it's not so much like as attacking you as it is like bulldozing you over and then like standing upon you, like atop you in her spidery form, as she gazes down at you and says, "I don't need eyes to kill mortals, dear girl." The poison takes over your form. Tethras, you feel your body go catatonic with the poison, but your consciousness, CW for wakeful sleeping, you'll understand what I mean by that in a moment. Your body is unconscious. You can see through your eyes and hear through your ears, but you are otherwise a prisoner within your own form.
Okay.
As your soul is bashing against the cages of your body, as this poison sinks into your bones, she looks atop of you and says, "Yummy little fishy. I know my wife is gonna love you in our collection. Why? She'll finally have the full set." We cut now to this chamber. You were expecting some sort of palace core, right? As it was going up like these tall steps, this sort of foreboding feeling, like you know what a temple or a palace feels like, and you know that. And so there's a bit of confusion for you when all you see is like more cavern and complete rending of original form. Any sort of civilization, any marks of it now, in this space has been nearly collapsed. And man, if you didn't know better, you'd almost say you were outside. You know, there's a largeness to this space, an all-encompassingness to this space. Honestly, there's some growth in here. You know, maybe it's a bit more mushroomy and a bit more, but there's growth, right? And what you previously thought were stalactites and stalagmites in this cave you are now realizing are suspended chrysalis of a collection. You see a bunny encased in this blue amber, a one of the legendary first demons of the Shadowfell encased perfectly. You see the crown of the old king encased in this perfect endeavor. You see artifacts of your people. You see artifacts of the Morelica Tritons. Actually, you see a ton of them here. And you don't want to look too close to the 5 lifelike chrysalis who are all gathered around a table as if some child has arranged a tea party. You can't spend too long on that. In fact, something else is drawing your attention. The fact that you are on coming up on what can only be the skeletons of a giant embedded into the ground. One of the most fantastical things you have honestly ever seen. What is your reaction to this?
Can I do like an investigation roll to see if I can gather anything? Were they already dead here, or they killed recently?
Yeah, you can roll a nature or a history or an investigation.
Okay. Let's do
a 20. These are ancient bones. Here, long before the dwarves ever came to, I guess, gentrify this place. This is ancient history. In fact, you even wonder, did this beat the gods here? But that is the only question you can ask yourself before this almost water nymph looking woman sort of pop out of a nearby pond. You see this this lily pad flower perfectly orchestrated on her head and giving loose to these magical blue locks that almost fade into the water beneath her. She is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. Please roll a wisdom saving throw. I'm going to call it DC 15.
13.
13. So you, more learning, you are under the charmed status effect by her until proven otherwise, until you manage to break it. So a charmed creature can't attack the charmer or target the charmer with harmful abilities or magical effects. And the charmer has advantage on any, the charmer, so her, she would have advantage on any ability check to socially interact with you. You are also you may realize that she is still an enemy. There is a deep part of you that has become enamored by her. There is something about her that is so recklessly perfect. And she just slowly emerges up from the water, and she places her hands on the edge of this pond, and she kind of sinks her hands into the ground, and then she just sets her chin on top of it and just gazes up at you with these big doe eyes.
I've seen you before in pictures.
I have never met you, but I would like to know you. Who are you, friend?
My name is Core. And you?
Core, it is so lovely to meet you. I am Euphoria Flo. I'm one of the commanders of the First War and the Muse Emissary.
Yes, you're Your wife spoke a deal about you.
My wife knows nothing but gluttony and boldness. I'm so sorry for any trouble that you might have encountered.
She seemed to feel as if you were awaiting us.
I am always awaiting beautiful things to step into my life, Core. You just happen to be one of them. Can I ask you a question before we get into all the business?
Sure.
And she, at this point, kind of rises out of the pool. She's completely nude, don't worry about it. And she's just got this like watery, semi-present form to her. And she says, what inspires you, Core? I don't want to hear about your gods, though. I already know too much about them.
There's one other thing. Person.
You're inspired by a person.
Well,
The most beautiful people are. Who inspires you?
did inspire. Well, she was a great person.
You are not inspired by a person. You are inspired by a memory. I see. You seem very inspired by that memory after working so closely with the person who killed her.
How do you know who I speak of?
I know a lot of things when people come to play in my house. This should have been my house, at least. A beautiful magical spring was hidden here, and it was a portal into the Feywilds. It was actually my favorite place to come and go in between, till it was ruined by your kingdom. And I am
No,
still
that can't
quite
be
sad
right.
about that. But that doesn't mean I still can't know things in here. And that Valpiony of yours is quite an... She kind of pouts. Easy read. I don't want to be hurtful, though.
Speak of what you know.
I've spoken it already. Valpiony was the one who met your sister's death with her own hands.
And I think just like this seething heat starts kind of filling up inside of Core. And how do I know this isn't just another trick?
Let this inspire you. And she reaches out lightning fast and she like grabs almost like your neck, not in a horny way. And your eyes roll into your back of your head and you see the moment of Valpiony. Honestly, you get the feeling that Valpiony probably like seduced her at some point because they were incredibly close to each other. And the only thing you can see is Valpiony tuck her hair behind her head and then shove her hand through her heart, gripping it as like her body fell down onto Valpiony's arm, and then she pulls the heart out and your sister's form just falls. And all you see is Valpiony just hold that heart close to her form before she releases your neck and pulls away looking at you.
And I think it was we were so close, and that was such a moment that I even kind of physically feel the pain where she was stabbed, like kind of clutching at where that area was. And I assume in that moment know that she isn't lying.
Right.
And I think that my hand goes to, I think I have a dagger.
You do now.
Yeah, I think I have a dagger, and I just grab on. I don't take it out. I'm just gonna grab on to where it is and not even looking or registering anything. Just where is she?
And I think at that point, she kind of like, Euphoria kind of like sighs happily and kind of like throws her form back, and you watch her like fall back into the pond. And she's kind of like floating in the pond for a moment. She's staring up at the ceiling and she says, wow, vengeance really is a beautiful muse.
Where is she?
I could tell you, but didn't you come here for a different reason, Core?
Yes.
But it is not devotion nor duty that inspires you in this moment, is it? Humans wish they were that pure, and yet they are so often not. But I like that about you, Core. I really do. I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to be you. You know, I've had a hard time making mortal friends. And I don't know if friendship is on the agenda for you and I, but I think we could at least start and change from enemies to perhaps mere acquaintances. Would that be nice for you?
And oh yeah, I am still under the charm effect, right? So that means that I can't attack.
Nope.
Okay. And do I know that I'm being charmed?
You do not.
Okay. So it wouldn't make sense to do that. Okay. All right, sorry. I was going to do something, but that changes it.
She says, well, what say you?
If you knew about my sister, I'm sure that you also know what it is that I seek.
Yeah. Also, Ika told me, so I can't act like I'm all-knowing or anything.
And Agatha?
She has struck her deal. And I'm so happy for you, as it seems you are the one to benefit from it.
What deal?
Oh, it's not very polite to speak of others' deals, but I will sure give you the outcome. I just want to hear more about you first. But, of course, the page is yours as you see fit after you leave this room. And she gestures, and like from the pool, this single page of the Stargaze grimoire raises up in a perfectly enclosed blue amber. And she says, but this silly little page of the Stargaze grimoire, it won't really help you, won't it? This isn't what you're looking for. This isn't what you're inspired by.
I'm inspired by the gods who will for this to be. We need that page.
And you know many of the gods wish for bloodlust and vengeance as well. You mortals always say I am inspired by the gods, as if some of the gods do not represent the traits in which you resent yourself the most. Oh, dear Core, you've got so much learning to do, but I've always loved talking with young mortals. So, I mean, you're really young, Core, and I think it must be so hard carrying all those cards around. So, here's the thing. My wife made a deal. She's such a little hasty one. She loves making deals all the time. I am inspired by deals, but I need them to be artful in nature to really attract me. Corsica's so brutish with hers. But we can always make a deal that would make another one a bit more complicated, no? Corsica has already struck the deal to bring your soul to Val. But I have watched Valpione and I have watched you, and I think you cuter and better. So, if the wives must disagree on just this one subject, then we must. And she's too much of a fool to see any intervention coming. My wife is the world, but she thinks the world of me. I like to keep things exciting, though. So here's what's up, Core. I could stop Valpione for you. You're not powerful enough to take her right now. Why, one little blow would knock you right over. And at that point, you actually feel wind, like brace your skin as a bit of a threat. And she says, or, you know, we make a deal. You give me some of your cards. I give you the Stargaze Grimoire. And Valpione doesn't leave my lair alive. Everyone wins. You leave with your life. If you even make the deal quick, I can tell my mean little wife to stop webbing up your friend so bad. She's probably not going to live for much longer if we're not fast.
And I get to leave with the page and Valpione.
I would let you leave with the page and with Valpione, but each of those comes at its own cost, and I'd like for you to pay in cards. I don't have any in my collection yet, and I'm quite dedicated to starting my own reserves. Or you can keep your cards and take the Stargaze Grimoire and leave, because that's the right thing to do for a mortal like you. Oh, a law-abiding mortal. But I get Valpione and your little fish friend, and I can't tell my friends outside not to kill you when you leave. And I don't think the Iron Eater Enclave is gonna be super happy after you steal this page from me, you meanie.
I would sooner face my fate with the Enclave than depart here without my cards and without that page.
That's your choice, Core. You can make it, but feels pretty uninspired to me. Is there a deal you'd rather strike? Something else you'd like to offer me?
What else would interest you other than the cards, which you seem so inclined towards?
Well, I'll require two things, because I'm giving you two things. So, I'm giving you a life free from Valpione and your friend, Tethris. In return, I'd like the memory of your sister and a year of your life.
Do you mean the memory of my sister?
You would forget her completely. So would your parents. It would almost be like she never existed in the first place. But I love collecting muses, and your sister was a bright and vibrant one.
Well,
but I'm
there's a
not
part of-
bullying you. She says this very abruptly. She's like, this isn't bullying. You can take your page and leave whenever you'd like.
It's very reassuring words.
I'm an honorable fae. I'd hope you remember it.
Honorable fae.
Yes.
I wonder how much sorrow it would save my parents if it was like she never existed.
Quite a deal, I believe. In some ways, it is a great burden off your shoulders. And you can let your other inspirations drive you. Whatever those might be, little core.
If this means the difference, if this between the prophecy being fulfilled and not, the will of the gods, the only will I've ever followed and ever known. Fine. You can have a year of my life. And my sister's memory as well.
And she kind of rises in the pool once more, and she raises, she like kind of like comes out of the water, even though like the bottom of her form is still like tied to the pool. She like stretches out from the pond and kind of like reaches out, so she's real close to your face. So she says, I give you a life free of Valpiony and this page of the Stargaze Grimoire, and you give me a year of your life and the memory of your dear sister. A deal?
One more question.
Okay.
This year of my life.
Yes. Would be taken on my terms.
So what's to stop you from taking that now?
Nothing. I could take a year of your past, all of your memories of a single year of your life. I could live a year of your life in the future, or I could just take it off of your lifespan when you need it most. There are a lot of things to do with a year. Sometimes I just like keeping them to stare at them when I fall asleep.
And I have a player question.
Yeah.
So with charm in place, there's basically not much. I can't attack. I can't.
You can fight her. You can do this deal on your term. Sorry, you can like just say, I'm just here to collect on the deal that Edka made. Give me the page and I'm leaving. You weirdo, be gone. Right, like that's a valid say.
Okay.
The thing that's like not a valid say is to attack her outright.
Okay.
Right, to attack her outright or to use some offensive spell casting to beguile her would be against your actions right now. To get frustrated with her is valid, to fear her is valid, but it would all be in the way that you would like fear, like if Britney Spears was like mean to you, right? It's like, oh, you're so mean to me, you're also like Britney Spears, right? It's that like extra layer of like adoration and confusion on top of the perception of reality.
Okay.
So that's sort of your read on that.
And the page is visible right now, right?
Mm-hmm. The text of it is obscured by the stone, however, the amber it's encased in.
Okay. Could I have wings.
You do. You are in a closed area. The next entrance that you could get out of your wings is the gap you broke open with your sunburst spell. However, like she said, you can take this and walk. I won't stop you. Right? So she is giving you your life in a way that perhaps her wife would not have done the same.
Okay. Well, I think that Core is going to look at Euphoria and say, you know, in all my memories, I'm remembering now one thing that my sister told me. And that was never trust a fae.
Funny. My loved ones told me the same of mortals. That and your bones were tasty. But they were right about that one.
I don't think a deal will suit myself here or you. I think we know. I think we know how this ends.
Okay. I will not force you into a deal, nor will I kill you for your foolishness. I suppose I will just have to seek friends in Acramon elsewhere.
And I think every time that Euphoria mentions friends or something like that, it's like a back and forth. I think because of the charm, Core feels pulled to be like, well, I can be your friend, but no, but and I think she'll say, I appreciate your offer of friendship, but I find it's time for me to go. I would like to choose to take the page and leave.
Okay. Well, then here is how it will be done. I'll give you this page. My wife will keep your friend and give her your friend's soul. And I'll see if I find a friend in her. And you can take your page and leave. And at that point, like, she kind of like waves her hand, and all of the blue amber just like cracks and shatters into 1,000 pieces as just the page remains completely intact. And she kind of waves and it falls into your hands. And she says, here's the thing though, Core. I like you so much, so I'm gonna do this. And you see her pull a card, her own card, and flip it. And you see the card of Meter, the same card in Aga's possession, now in complete possession by Euphoria. And she says, I think I know how this works, right? A teleportation circle, huh? And she kind of like flicks the card and the teleportation circle forms. And she says, take the page, go home to Daddy. But the Iron Enclave already knows. And they're on their way to the castle. And I'd be pretty dang careful about summoning the thing in that page. Or the head of the Iron Eater Enclave's gonna rip that princess's head right off. But I'm sure that's a choice all your leaders will make, right? You've decided no choices. No choices for Core. Instead, I'll be inspired by those who can make decisions for me. Boring. Mortals are boring. Take your page and go. And her eyes are like filled with tears as she like turns her back on you and whips away.
I think I'll clutch onto the paper and before I go into the summoning circle or the transportation circle, I'm going to kind of look back and go, don't you get it? It's not about choices. The gods want what they want. This is duty. And step through the transportation.
And she watches you leave. And she kind of like stares at you contemplatively. She says, man, Eka, that's the thing she doesn't get. I'm working with the gods as well. And I've met on Para. I bet that silly little girl has never met a god, or she wouldn't like them so much. And her hand reaches down and like pets something under the water. And the final shot of this one shot is Euphoria stroking the hair of Eka, who is completely submersed in this pond. The newest, but not only new piece of Euphoria's collection of Akramon artifacts. And that, with some questions answered and a few more created, is exactly where we're going to leave our one-shot, fair gamers. Ah!
Yay!
Oh, so much sauce to be had. So many things to learn. So you escaped with the 16 cards, which means that they were still in the possession of Akramon when it happened, which means that the court hunters of Kurthus are actually going to get the home field advantage. And I'm going to disseminate those cards a bit differently now that I know. So that's really interesting and good. We know that Valpine is still an active at play faction. We know Euphoria and Corsica are active in play factions. And we know that the Kurthus project survived, that the princess was held as captive to prevent the summoning of the Stargaze Grimoire. And that sweet Tethris was never seen again, abandoned by her dear friend. And for those of you who are just tuning into this for the first time and want to know like how this relates to the main campaign, this was 1,000 years in the past. And spoiler alert, the Fae won the war. So we come back to 1,000 years in the future when the wilds have completely overtaken the planet of Akramon, and it is up to the residents from the floating city in the sky. Our heroes are the only ones standing between the wilds and the death of civilization itself. Do they treat it like that? No, they're usually just horny a lot. If that sounds like a campaign for
Stop
you,
making hot
you come to the
NPCs.
right place.